From the canticle of the dragon, thus began the age of despair. The roads were tangled.
The winds and the sandstorms dwelt in the husks of cities.
The plains and mountains became our home.
As the old gods lost their power, we called to the blank sky.
Into the cold, dividing gray, to the ears of new gods.
The sky is calm, silent, unmoving. We have yet to hear their answer.
Their answer.
Their answer.
Their answer.
Their answer.
We have yet to hear their answer. There's never enough time in this world. We scurry about like ants, trying so hard not to miss anything, trying so hard to pretend that our world isn't going to eventually end, that we will live forever, and so will everyone that we love. And it's in our desperation, it's in ignoring our own mortality. We let the important moments slip through our fingers and fall to the floor. And that's why, of all of the many treasures that a father gives to his daughter, the most important gift that he gives her is time. We begin tonight's story with a dwarf road warden, Agatha Rook, and the undead half-elf, Oberyn, on a rocky shore along the Vingard River. It's early winter, and the sky overhead is gloomy and gray. A short trek to the north, along the river, stands the walls of a large port city, Malmene. You can see smoke billowing gently up into the air from unseen buildings. Even from here, one can smell the fish and hear the ringing of a noontime bell. Well, there's still time, daughter. The wizard Fistandantilus says he's clad in black leather armor, and he takes a step towards you, Oberyn, extending a quill as an offering.
She doesn't move back as much as she wants to. Instead, she just takes the quill in a way that you try to avoid touching someone's hand when you take something from it.
He hands you the quill as you take it. He doesn't let go for a moment. He holds on so that even though your hands aren't touching, there's a connection there between the two of you. It's the quill. And then he lets it go and he folds his arms over his chest and just watches you.
She turns towards Agatha, who had been behind her, and takes out the parchment. And she'll hand, like, Nova's note to Agatha so that she can see that they had received a note.
And the note for Agatha, which I don't think she's read yet, basically asks if they are okay and if they need the others to come to them.
Well, what do you want me to reply?
I'm not sure.
Tell me, new friend, how exactly am I spelling your name?
Well, it's tricky, but here it goes. Fistanditulus.
It's an unusual name, isn't it?
Well, I come by it honestly. My father named me what I am.
Who exactly was your father? And she's slowly writing basically a note that just says, stand by.
Yeah.
Do you put the note into the bag?
Mm-hmm. She's got her own, so she can just kind of tuck it into, it almost looks like a pocket. So she's not betraying that it's a bag that we're using, it's just going like in a little pocket, but in the pocket is Nova's bag that she gave Agatha.
My father does not matter right now. We are here together. And there is work to be done.
It's just your name, it's ringing a bell in the back of my head. You know, it feels like something important. But the story I'm thinking of was a long time ago. And you don't look that old.
Well, I am a wizard. I have my ways to stay as I am.
I'm sure I'm just misremembering. Fist and Danceless sounds like a whole lot of things.
If you have
She's
questions...
for like the first time in her life.
And he looks like he understands the meaning behind her words. He says, if you have questions, if you have doubts, feel free to express them.
I don't know if it's my place. I think Avrin might have questions though.
He looks to Avrin, and Avrin, you would notice in his eyes just a flash. I mean, his eyes are usually dead, very expressionless, but there's just a flash of eagerness, something like eagerness in his eyes when he looks to you.
It would take a very long time to express all of my doubts. What did you bring us here for?
Well, as I told you before, Avrin, my goal is to save the world. And I was hoping you might help me with that.
How many times have you extended this offer to me now?
You are my daughter, and I understand why you hate me. But I will never give up on you.
So, you wanted us here to help you save the world. Is that it?
Actually, I do have a question about that. Which world exactly are you saving?
That is actually a very good question.
Our world, not this one, though we can do good here. The path aligns so that both worlds will be improved by our work.
And how exactly did you come to that conclusion?
Because I have seen the future.
Oh god, there's another one. Is there anyone around here that hasn't seen the future?
Technically, I
Yep.
haven't.
Oh well, good, that makes two of us then.
We're all here because of the future. You were here, Avrin is here, I am here, your friends are here. You have a sword, Agatha.
Well noticed. And she'll kind of pull it off her back. And hold it out.
Right.
She'll hold it nice and flat.
He leans over, and he's a tall man, and he leans over and he runs his finger along the length of the blade, and he stops at the hilt where there's an indentation. It looks like something should be there or once was there and is no longer there.
I would like to make an insight roll to see if he is actively recognizing the sword. He knew the sword was here, and he clearly knows something about it, but she wants to know he's kind of recognizing it on a more personal level.
Absolutely.
Not that I have much of a grounding in this man's reactions to things. 1.
You've noticed very little change or recognition or expression. He's a very closely guarded individual. So whatever your suspicions are, there's not a lot of evidence to prove or disprove them.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with it? My sword.
I am. It's been around for a long time. You know the prophecy of this sword?
I do.
That you know exactly how important it is and how important it is for us to reforge it fully.
It's important to the dwarves, that's as much as I know.
He seems to consider something for a long moment, and then he begins to explain himself to you. There's a place in this land. It's called the Lake of Sounds. It is possible to travel through time. But the lake is... It is tied to the prophecy of your sword, the prophecy of you, or whomever wields it, returning to your ancestral home and removing the curse that lies on your home. But to travel through time, the lord of this land must first be dealt with, as well as one other.
And who's the other? While
Your
we're making
friend.
a list of places to go and people to see.
It's your friend Honoria. She is the largest threat to this world and the world you come from.
You know, that doesn't surprise me.
In the future that I have seen, and he pulls out from inside of his leather armor an amulet. It's a simple chain, thick, but from it hangs a bloodstone. It doesn't seem to reflect light, but it almost, the red hue of it kind of changes slightly, like there's something moving inside of it. This amulet I took from your friend Honoria because I know that in the future she will use it to destroy me, to take my body, to travel back in time. It will fuel her quest to become a god. And in doing so, if she is not stopped, she will destroy the world.
She has a definite interest in getting where she's going, and an obsession with stones, so seems about right.
I do not care about your ancestral home. I only care that in this path ahead of us, our two interests are aligned, and so I am prepared to help you reforge your blade, claim your destiny, and in the process, we can prevent a terrible future.
And what's in it for you?
Well, I would like to go home. I've been here too long as it is, and I do not like this land, this world. Living, and if I can prove myself to you that I am telling you the truth, that we are in this together, perhaps you'll give me another chance.
So you just want to go home? Save the world. How exactly?
We reforge the blade. There are catacombs, and he points to Malmene, the city nearby. Beneath the city, just like in your world, they exist here. And within those catacombs, there's a door. One that, together, we can open. Within that
Any
door...
crystals the door? I see one. Where are the rest?
I have another.
That's two.
And so does she, and he gestures lightly to Averin.
That's interesting information.
We will reforge the blade. We will face the lord of this land. We will free this land from his influence, and then we will be free to travel to whatever time we wish, each of us individually. But Honoria cannot be allowed to come back with us, and she cannot be allowed to live in this land, or she will continue to work until she gets what she wants.
And why did you pull us here? Why didn't you just pull her here and have it done? She was right there, you know, 50 yards back.
She's more powerful than you understand, than you know. I do not wish to face her alone.
You haven't answered how you would save the world, apparently.
We will kill her.
Oh, and we just have this all-powerful weapon. Or whatever tool. Whatever else that you keep talking about with a sword. And then what?
We will travel through the lake, using the same magics that brought us here.
No pursuits of godhood for you?
Do you believe in the gods, Averin? Do you believe that they exist?
I believe there are powerful beings, or at least those who seek to emulate them.
That is what I believe too. And yes, I do seek power. I always have. But I like living in this world. I like the smell of the marketplace. I like the noise of a drunken tavern. It reminds me of simpler times. I would not seek to destroy it. I'm not a madman.
I want to roll an insight check.
Go for it.
I'm using inspiration. Oh, that's 15.
He seems earnest, but he does play his cards very close to his chest.
I'm gonna need something more than words.
You need only ask.
Give me more proof than just words, because the last time I believed just your words, I went and killed my sister.
Very well. He takes out from a pouch hanging from his belt a small crystal. He hands it over to you, palm up. And he says, "Take this and crush it in your hands."
To do what exactly?
It contains memories of the future. You want proof? Then look into what is to come and see for yourself.
She'll look at Agatha and then just take the crystal and just I think she'll say very quietly to Agatha, just, if anything happens, you'll know what the cause was. And she'll hold it in her gloved hands and she'll crush it.
It shatters like glass in your hands, but it does not cut you. You lose sight of where you are. Your brain feels like it's being pulled at a fast pace through a long, twisting tunnel, and you see flashes, images of what's to come. This is the future that you know from our session where we actually went to the future, and you're seeing everything that leads up to the point where you all traveled back in time together through the Lake of Sounds. But the flashing images and the moments freeze and slow down. You reach the parapets of a large, partially ruined fortress overlooking a massive desert. And while on the parapets, you see two figures, Honoria and Fistandantilus. They are struggling, both of them gripping a heavy chain carrying the bloodstone. You see a flash of crimson light from the bloodstone, and both of them scream. Fistandantilus seems to double over like he's going to collapse, but then he stands back up, and Honoria's body drops to the ground. She stops moving. Fistandantilus begins to turn, and as he does, you can almost see his eyes before you are pulled further along through that tunnel, and you see a glimpse of the future. You don't know how it plays out. It doesn't go as far as how your life in the future ended. But you do see an image of a tower of high sorcery, a many-headed dragon, massive in size, chained to that tower, and above it, the glowing symbol of the bloodstone in the sky. The city of Palanthus is ruined, and you don't see any life there. And then, in a snap, you're back in your body in the current time, holding shards of crystal in your hand.
All right.
What did you see?
A possible future. Very small snippets of it, at least. Honoria and Fistandantilus fighting over the bloodstone. Honoria collapsing. And then a ruined city.
It's the entire world that will be ruined. Everything.
Isn't there always a future in which the entire world is ruined? Isn't that the point of having many futures? Somewhere along the line, it happens everywhere. I don't understand this game that you wizards are playing here. I don't understand why I was brought here. But
You
I know
were
that you
brought
know
here.
where the sword is. And I know that you were there the last time it was lost. What happened?
Yep. There are many powerful artifacts in this world. Things capable of dealing with threats. Even the greatest wizard cannot face the greatest dragon alone. Your sword is one of those artifacts. I sought it for the purposes of power, protection. Right now, we need it because we do not have anything capable of dealing with the lord of this land or his dragon. But if you reforge that sword, there's a chance.
There's another lord around here, you know that's right. Beyond the walls of this kingdom. Calls himself a god. Familiar?
Yes, you speak of the king priest.
What about his role in all of this? As far as I am aware, the lord here is holding him back. We take out the lord here and suddenly there's no one holding him anywhere.
At least this land would be united.
Another general with very low standards.
I am not going to lie and tell you that I care about these people in this land particularly much. This is not my world. This is not your world. Our world is through the lake. This land here will wither and die under its current lord. I do not know if the king priest will be better. But does it matter?
Of course it does. This is the world I'm stood in. I don't even know if there's another world to go back to. I don't care what you say, what Honoria says. It's not real until you're there. And right now I'm here, and I've seen a lot of people die, and we've done nothing about that. And I believe you that you don't give a shit about it, the same way they don't either. But I do. This is the world we're in. But you're lucky because my inclination is to go and see these ruins and see what's through that door that you're all so damn interested in.
Your choice will be your own choice. I believe in free will. I have a contact in the city. Tonight, he can lead us into the ruins. He has experience navigating down there. And when you see what you see, you may make your own decisions. I believe that our interests are aligned, that you can help these people. And if you wish to stay in this world when we go back, that will be your choice too.
When you first saw this sword, or the last time anyway, it was attached to another dwarf. What happened to him?
The same thing that happens to everyone.
Did you do it, though?
No, it was not me.
She'd like to insight, and I'll use one of my advantages.
Absolutely.
7.
He's a mask.
You know, you remind me of my uncle with that face. Straight as a mountain. You can never tell what's going on beneath a mountain, you know.
I have lived a long life, and I have been hurt many times. We all have our own measures of protecting ourselves, but that does not matter. As I said, come with me. I will introduce you to my contact. You can make your own choices.
And she's gonna take the quill out and write a message, and it just says, Malmene, we'll see you soon. Probably ask Honoria. And she'll send that note. She was gonna leave it short, and then she's like, well.
Averin had definitely made a face when he said, I believe in free will. But she has been quiet this entire time, just staring at him.
While Agatha's writing her note, he'll turn his attention back to Averin. What are you thinking?
How I thought that I had the free choice to go when you offered it to me.
You still do. And when we are done here, you will again. You've been leading me, Averin, your entire life.
Certainly doesn't feel like a choice. Back then or now.
I have a question if you don't mind me interrupting.
Of course.
With all this power over time, if you could go back to anywhere, what mistake is it you're going back to correct? Because there's always back and there's always a mistake. I suggest you don't tell me, tell her which mistake.
You see his face freeze. That calm demeanor kind of panics for a second. What would you have me change? Is there something I could do? To make things better between us?
So many things, they're starting to get hard to count.
Well, you do not have to answer right now. But if you think of something, tell me. After all that I've put you through, it's the least that I could do to try to make things right.
I'd like you to think on it. Maybe we'll compare answers.
As you wish. We should get going.
Yes, apparently there's a 3-day deadline on whatever it is we're doing. Oh, speaking of, you're not in love with that golden general as well, are you?
No.
Oh, thank God. I thought it was a disease that spread amongst all of you. Never mind. Let's go.
He looks to Averin as though he's waiting for her to decide to come along as well.
She'll follow Agatha with her eyes for a second. And then just... I need to eat. And she'll turn and follow, just for a moment lingering on his face to see how he reacts to that.
He doesn't seem to get it.
She doesn't try to clarify. And we'll follow Agatha.
And he starts off north along the shore, never getting too close to the beach, but slowly approaching the town. It's not a far walk. And again, you can hear that bell ringing out from town in the distance. But we're going to cut away here, and we're going to return to our other companions. So, Sir Riordan, Knight of Solamnia, Rookone, the ex-slave fighter, Nova, the kender rebel warrior, and Honoria, the wizard of high sorcery. You all stand in a lightly wooded forest atop a small ridge, looking out in every direction. With your group of travelers is also the young girl who could one day become a knight, Lily, her father's wolf, Shadow, and on the back of a young bronze dragon that stomps up towards the ridge following you, the heroes of the War of the Lance, Lorana and Tanis Half-Elven. The temperature is dropping as dark clouds roll covering the sun overhead, and wind whips through this clearing with a chilling bite. You see no signs of Agatha or Averin. They've simply vanished. And it's then that through Nova's bag of holding, a note pops out and falls lazily to the ground.
Pick it up.
And this is you read it?
Yeah.
All right. This is the first note that they passed that said Fist and Dantalus spelled incorrectly. Hold, please.
Says Fistedalus. Hold, please. So I guess we're just waiting for a moment. I don't know what that first word is. Maybe they misspelled it, or it's a foreign language or something. But you're not really sure what that the fist.
Let me see.
There you go.
He grabs it. He looks at it.
I can't read. I don't know why I did that. Anyone else?
Oh. It is the wizard Fistandantalus.
Fist what? I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna call him Mr. Fisty.
Honoria smiles, but pretends to be looking at her book, but an ear trained on Nova.
Right, so it says, Mr. Fisty, please hold. Guess we'll just wait a moment. And I open the bag and I just stared at it, waiting.
You're staring for a couple of seconds, and then another paper pops out and hits you in the face.
Oh. Got another one. Says Malmene. And then, like, as an afterthought, it's got some added little things at the end.
This one reads, Malmene, we're fine.
It says they're good. I guess they got to Malmene somehow.
May I see those?
Sure.
Honoria is going to inspect. She hasn't seen, I don't think, Averin's writing ever. But
this is Agatha's too, but yeah, I probably hasn't seen Agatha's either.
But people tend to have perhaps writing from different regions. I imagine that a dwarf writes very differently than a human, etc. Could I take a look and see if I think this is actually given from Agatha?
Yeah, roll me investigation. insight.
Can I help?
That's
Yeah.
a 7 as I am staring at these
So
intently.
the two of you are kind of looking at this note together. What's Nova looking for?
Nova is looking for she's looking at this mechanically minded. She's looking for maybe any hints that it was written with a smaller hand like herself, which would indicate Agatha, or any kind of residue that was on, like maybe any, I don't know, bunny rabbit residue, like, that would be from Averin, because I just gave her another snack. I just kept feeding her snacks, so
Yeah,
she's looking
I'll,
for that kind of evidence.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
Sure.
The only thing that seems certain is that the handwriting in both letters appears to be the same handwriting.
Are you trying to ascertain whether or not this is from Agatha and Averin?
Basically, yeah. Just double check. I mean, I would be very surprised if it wasn't, though, because not many people know about the buddy bag system. It's a very new concept.
Mr. Dantalus is a great wizard. It would take him no small amount of time to figure out such a device.
Well, I've never seen a wizard with a buddy bag before, lady, so, I'm just throwing it out there.
I am no wizard, but I think that it would be easy enough to ask a question that only Averin would know.
Oh, like what snacks did I give her today? That could work.
Or what did I call her when we first arrived in this land?
Agatha seems to be in possession. Perhaps we should ask a question of her.
I will leave that up to you. I'm not sure she would answer one from me.
We can ask her what my first words to her were. I've never met Mr. Fisty, so he wouldn't know.
Or
they are being tortured, in which case they would be writing that they are fine.
What? You guys made a rather large. It's been like you think they've been tortured in a span of 2 to 5 minutes? That sounds a bit extreme. Usually it takes time to set up the torturing room, and you got to get the tools and restraints. It takes a while to get there, from hi, I'm here to
We have
torture.
3 days to finish this.
Perhaps I could show you some of my torture techniques, young Kender. They do not take as long.
Do they take 3 days?
I look at
like they're going to take 3 days.
Like, okay, I get it, buddy.
We must go to Malmene regardless. If what I remember is correct, and what you were told, Honoria, is correct, Agatha will not leave Malmene.
Your logic is sound.
Well, if they're already there, they're gonna have like a 2-day head start. So
I leave that in your capable hands, Honoria, and the fact that we also have a dragon.
I don't think anyone has a dragon. We are accompanied by a dragon. She says, with a little bit of wariness on her face, like, don't talk about dragons like they're pets. That's not gonna go over very well.
3 days. We're doing weird stuff. Okay.
You can see like smoke billowing out of the young dragon's nostrils as it's watching and intelligently understands your conversation. Tanis, who is on the back of the dragon, calls out simply, I don't think that he can take all of us.
We could cover some ground. Honoria has the ability to bless several of us with flight. We have been economical in its usage, and we have figured out ways in which to get from here to there quickly. I believe that the dragon accompanying us could help.
With Averin gone, I could stuff someone in my arm for about 10 minutes.
I don't think that we need to do that. We can fit the girl on the back of the dragon. I'll hold on to her. And how many of you will the enchantment work for?
Honoria is quiet for a little while as she's doing some mental arithmetic. All of us, I say, looking to Rookone, Nova, Raridan. If you can take the girl.
The girl will stay with me.
Very well, of course.
I fit on the back of that dragon before. I can't do it again.
It'll be a little tight with the three of us, but I'm sure that we can make it work. Just hold on tight.
I'm real good at holding on to stuff.
Oh, he's really good at that. Yeah, he's great. He's practically a professional.
I believe that about you.
Mayat Kandala. And I cast mage armor on myself, little black motes seeping into me.
Honoria, roll me an Arcana check.
Not very good at that, Don. 26.
You cast mage armor and those little motes begin to cover you, and then you freeze. It's almost like your entire body is spasming, but you don't feel it in your nerves. You see it in your mind, and then you reverse back to the beginning of your spell, almost as though you're uncasting your spell. And you see Tanis look to Rookone and say, I believe that about you.
Honoria's eyes go wide. Is the spell slot still expended?
No.
Mayat Kandala. Black motes again. She tries again.
It works.
We only have 3 days. We should be moving.
Exactly.
All right, I got little legs, so let's get started now, I guess.
Elaine. I cast at 6th level fly.
Everyone, you lift off of the ground. It's still weird, right? None of you are super used to flying, but you've all flown at least once.
I don't think Nova's had the fly
no?
spell cast on her.
She was being held by Rook. So how does Nova react to her first time flying?
She's ecstatic and is trying to figure out the math for it because obviously everything has a mathematical and scientific explanation. So she definitely tries to see if a firebolt makes her go faster if she casts it behind her while she's flying.
It doesn't, but it looks cool.
She makes note.
You all fly up into the air. You go above the tree line. You're over the ridge, and you can see the thin here but thicker around you forest. It's called the Grove. This is the largest forest in Nightland. You've spent a lot of time here, and you can't see Malmene off to the west. It's very far away, but you know, Nova, where it is because you are from this land. So are you going to take the lead in flying?
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Never flown before. Let's do it.
All right.
Is there the weight capacity to like put shadow on my shoulders?
So, this is how the dragon looks right now. This young dragon, which is, the size of a carriage, maybe a little larger. It's not huge, the body of it. So you're there. in the back. You're bicycle arming around Tanis Half-Elven, who's like holding Lorana in front of him. Tanis is strapped in the proper way, and the others of you are basically just holding onto him. You've got Lily like sandwiched between you and Tanis so that she's kind of lodged in there, and her eyes are wide. Like when you take off and begin to fly and her hair's flying backwards, it looks like it's her first time going down a roller coaster. She's screaming, but no sound is coming out of her throat. Do you want to add Shadow to this?
I'll
on your back?
I'll clear it with the dragon.
I was going to say, to help out, though it is beneath him, Sir Reardon would fly down and offer his hand to Lorana if she would wish to fly with him and take some weight off of the dragon.
How does he word? What exactly does he say to Lorana?
General, do you wish to free up some room on this dragon? You can share the spell of flight with me.
Roll me a persuasion check, Greg.
Do I have any advantages?
You do. You have 4.
I can't waste. I'd love to, but I won't. 14.
Tanis protests. He says, she's perfectly safe where she is, and we have plenty of room here on the back of the dragon. There's no need for that.
Did you ask the dragon? He is not a possession. He is a member of this team.
I nod.
More smoke billows out of the dragon's mouth, and Tanis kind of stammers, not expecting this confrontation, and he just looks to Lorana and says, it's whatever you think is right. But we're safe here. She looks at Tanis, and she looks at Sir Riordan, and Lorana the Golden General says, there's no need for us to all put so much weight on the dragon. It's fine, Tanis. Thank you, Sir Riordan. And she steps off the dragon and offers you her hand.
Yeah, we're gonna fly a bit.
What's your flying position with Lorana?
Rook and I did this before, but we had 2 different ways that we did this. I'm not sure which one is the best. There's, you can hold the person, or they can essentially ride you. I don't know how we're gonna do that, but he would. It is easy. Treat me as if I am a boat.
Oh, all right. And she seems tickled by that idea, and she does. She basically sits down side perpendicular to you with her legs hanging off over your shoulder. And then
and away we go.
Honoria, her feet touch the ground again, and you see Lorana get up off of Sir Riordan's armor and move backwards very quickly in jerking motions back to the dragon. And then you see her say, thank you, Sir Riordan. And she gets down off the dragon and offers him her hand, just like before.
Hurry. Hurry.
The dragon takes off with everyone on its back. Everyone else takes off.
I linger probably 30 seconds before sense gets a hold of me and I start flying.
How long does your fly spell last? 10 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Roll me a perception check.
No problem. 11.
You take off into the air with questions in your mind, flying to catch up with Nova, who's leading the way, knowing that you'll have to land in 10 minutes and then figure out your next steps and so on and so on. It's a little afternoon now, but it's cloudy and gloomy outside. And as all of you fly, starting to approach Malmene, we're going to cut away from this scene and move into Malmene. So, Averin and Agatha, you've made your way through the gates and into the city with Fist and Antilus. The city is loud and full of life, very different from the rest of Nightland that you've seen, except for Agatha, you have been here once before. Storefront stables and small homes crowd either side of dirty cobblestone streets. And at every intersection, a circle of aggressive merchants thrust wares at passersby, including you. One calls out, "Fresh fish!" A man whose shirt is too small to cover his belly, and he thrusts a large flounder at your direction, Agatha. And at the same time, Averin, an old bald woman with hunched shoulders and dark circles under her eyes, creeps towards you and says, "Would you want any watches, child? This one's special, see? It's powered by magic. It always works. It always keeps perfect time."
I think I'm fine.
And she kind of like holds this watch in front of your face until you actually decide to walk away.
Yeah, she's gonna walk away because she already has enough reminders that time's going by. She doesn't need another one.
I think Agatha will see it and she'll be like, "Trust us, we've had enough magic and time, thank you very much. And I've got no money for your fish."
The fish merchant immediately turns to the person behind you who's on the street and bellows out, "Fresh fish!" Same thing again. The old bald woman moves down the street in the opposite direction away from you. You hear like a very quiet "good day" before she passes by. Fist and Antilus is a little ahead of you, and he's weaving through the crowds. He looks back over his shoulder every once in a while just to make sure that you're keeping up, but he's not slowing down even when passing by merchants. And that's when you reach the dockside district of Malmene. And this is a very large district where small merchant ships and fishing boats are constantly coming and going from port. You can see a larger vessel lazily drifting down the river from where you are. And you can make out wealthy looking, bawdy, colorful dressed individuals singing loudly, drunkenly from the stern of the ship. The dockside's crowded, even more crowded than the entrance streets to the city, but you can make your way through. It's just a lot of people all at once. And Averin, I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
Mm-hmm. Fine. Can use an inspiration because I'm in the middle of a busy city. 12.
I think we all just got inspiration donated from Lord Soth himself in chat and confirmed that I got that right. Thank you, Lord Soth. You were the best. Let's see here. 12. This is the closest to breaking that you've felt. You still only have one level of exhaustion, but with all of these people around you, you see alleyways off on the side. You see people who probably live in those alleys passed out, slumped up against a wall. People don't even notice them. They're a barrel for all passersby care. And you can see so many veins and so many heads that are just throbbing. You bump into an individual and they turn and like glare down at you, but you can see on their temple that vein moving like a heartbeat.
I think she has to try to rip away her gaze from it because she stands there for a good 5 seconds
just staring at this pulse. And just to try, like, force herself to walk off.
Come on, Avron, you stay still, you're gonna get mugged.
Right. Sorry. I think, yeah, you can see her fangs, like she isn't trying to hide them as much. Just because she's so distracted.
The man stares back at you for those couple of moments before he kind of snorts and spits on the ground, and he moves off in the opposite direction, but he kind of gives you a shoulder check as he goes past. He smells like fish.
Pull the cloak closer around for following Agatha again.
Agatha, are you doing in particular anything as you're moving through, or are you just trying to keep up with Fist and Dantalus?
I think she's mostly trying to keep up with Fist and Dantalus, but she would pause, kind of as Averin's distracted, keeping an eye on Averin. And I think she's going to quickly ask someone, why are the bells ringing? See, he's not on fire.
And it's a boy. Looks like an urchin, not sure if he has a home or not, but he's got a big smile, and he answers you and he says, "Oh, they always ring this time of day. It's how we know how close it is to twilight."
Do I remember that being a thing?
What?
Do I remember that being a thing from when I was in Malmene before?
You would have heard the bells. Maybe you didn't know why there were bells, but you do know that in Nightland, this Nightland, what's different than the world you came from is that the day is broken into 3 about equal length sections. A third of the day, it's sunlight. A third of the day, it's twilight. And a third of the day, it's nighttime.
What makes you so happy about twilight?
Well, that's when all of the adults go home and you can really just go out and run around and have fun. The streets start to get quiet around twilight. It's my favorite time.
Well, you be careful. A lot of other things run around in the dark.
Oh, I think I'll be all right. You take care too, miss. And he scampers off. Roll me a perception check.
Mm-hmm. Did I just get robbed again? Some more. Ooh, and that's 23.
You notice that your what's left of your gold that you came into this world with has been lifted off.
Well, good news, I didn't have a whole lot because I put most of it that was left in my buddy bag to Nova, and I didn't have a lot to start with, so he can enjoy what he took. Agatha won't take it personally.
You can see now Fist and Dantalus is stopped in front of a building about a block away, and he's looking impatiently back through the crowd in your direction.
I got short legs. Sure. Hurry up.
Oh, I understand. Here we are. I've been staying here. I have 2 rooms for us. You can take one, you can share it with each other, and I will take the other, if that is all right with you. And he gestures towards what looks like a sort of rundown inn and tavern, but fairly large. It's called the Drunken Kender Inn, and there's a wooden sign outside painted with a young-looking face hiccuping a bubble into the air.
I didn't know we were thinking of stopping. I thought we were gonna go to the ruins.
We will tonight. It is the best time to go, so I'm told by my contact, and we have a few hours before he will arrive to show us there. What you do with your day is... He is a local man from Malmene, just a thief in the Thieves Guild, I believe. You can stay here if you wish to rest, or you can go about the town. I will remain here until this evening.
Sure, me and your daughter will share a room. And Agatha looks at Averin. Like, we need to talk.
Yeah. Averin will nod, but she'll look back at Fist and the Atlas. Where's Learly?
She's about somewhere in town. She'll come with us tonight. That's all right with you.
Doesn't really seem like I have a choice.
You do. You don't have to come. I only ask that if you decide to not accompany us, you let us use the stone.
The stone and my friend are not leaving my side.
Well, I'm glad that at least someone enjoys your loyalty. He opens up the door and steps into the inn.
She makes a face of that and just doesn't quite storm in, but definitely pushes herself through. And
Agatha will reach out a hand to actually, like, slow Averin. And she's gonna think really hard at Averin and say, can you read my thoughts? Is that the kind of vampire you are?
Averin just, like, looks back at you with, like, a very confused expression. Let's just go to a room.
I take it you can't read my thoughts, then.
I wish I could. It would make things a lot easier.
It really would. You know, why don't we take a quick turn around the market before we go up to the room?
Maybe.
It's a little harder to hear us if we walk around the market.
True.
We'll see you later! Agatha calls in after Fisty and is gonna drag Averin kind of 180 back out.
You see him look back out at you for a moment, but his face is a mask, and he turns and moves out of your line of sight further into the tavern.
I'm gonna guess he's gonna know what I'm gonna suggest to you, but I'm gonna suggest it anyway. You're sneaky as fuck. Can you steal that damn stone so we can get to these ruins, get the door open without him?
I'd be lying if I said that thought hadn't crossed my mind already. My biggest concern is that that's the man that taught me how to be sneaky and has never ever let his guard down.
I see the problem. But maybe we can use that, because if someone never lets the guard down, that means you can predict what they're gonna do, because they're always gonna do the same thing. It's the problem with being consistent. That's probably why Nova does as well as she does. You can never tell what she's gonna do.
She's quite a bunch of surprises.
So, you need to be like Nova, and you need to be like you, and you need to get the stone. Or stones. I've lost track of who has what.
He has 2, I have 1. And she'll actually go into her pack and take the cloth that has the stone wrapped to it. And we'll kind of discreetly hand it to her. If I go in there, I don't want it on me.
I understand.
Don't touch it. I'm not because I have weird possessive things. It's really weird if you touch it. I've experienced firsthand.
I'm a dwarf. I know about not touching things.
That's good because some of the people in our party don't, and I feel like I have to tell them.
I'll make sure to write a warning note if I need to shove it in the body bag.
Yeah, I should do that just in case. If that comes to it.
I believe he was being pretty honest, though. I don't know what his end game is, but he's gonna take us. He's gonna go through that door, and he wants to fix the sword.
My concerns of what he uses it for afterwards. He's very good at telling the truth, but then also admitting things.
Yes, he reminds me of someone I used to know, very good at crafting with words. Always said just enough so he didn't lie.
Enough to make it look like you have a choice, but you don't really.
That's the thing, though. You do.
Every time I've made choices so far, it's either backfired on me or gotten me hurt.
Well, that's the problem with choices. You don't know what's going to happen. It's a good thing about not knowing the future. You just kind of have to make the best of it. Gotta do what you think is right. What is it that you think is right, Tavern? And we're kind of looping and hustling.
I don't know what's right. What happens when you're raised like I am? You're just taught to do what you're told. Don't think about it too hard. Why worry about what's right when you just have to worry about getting the job done?
But you do worry about it. And you know about how you were raised, which means you know what right is, Avern. Same question to you I asked him. You get the power over time and you can go back or forwards. Where do you go, Avern? What mistake are you gonna change?
I spent a lot of time thinking about what ifs. I don't know if that's helped at all. Rather, probably slowed me down, if anything, or put me off path. Hey now. Perhaps I'll just go where everyone else goes. Nothing really for me if I go back to where I came from.
See, you're making it sound like you don't have a choice again. I go where he wants, I go where they want. Where do you want to go, Avern?
Wherever my friends want to go.
Anywhere.
Where my friends want to go. Where my friends would be.
Well, I guess that's a start.
Before I do anything, I am going to need to eat. I've kept it very tight, but there's only so much I can go without. I'm not gonna eat a kid or anything, or...
What are you gonna eat? Or is the question, who are you gonna eat?
I'm not sure.
Does he know? I mean, he knows what you are, obviously. It's probably something a father would notice about you, but does he know how it works?
Depends on how much my sister told him.
Okay, how does it work?
It's, how to explain it? I take the mind energies from living creatures. I don't understand the actual mechanics of it other than I just have to make physical or don't even sometimes get close enough and just will it. Sometimes I can take a small amount, but I don't know if a small amount would be enough, or if I could even control myself.
What exactly do you take? Mind, what does that mean? What is that?
I'm not sure, but... And I think she'll kind of like look, and she sees like the pulse in Agatha's mind. It's like a heartbeat, but your brain, it sounds very strange. It removes like intellect or something. When I saw someone feed off of a cone, it left him a beast for a while. Not really a thinking one at that. He recovered, obviously. But you can understand why I haven't really been eating when that is the result. That or death.
Something truly monstrous, and I'm not sure how I can help you with it. I'm not going to advocate for you to eat a stranger. And I'm not entirely sure I want to offer you my brain either.
I wouldn't take it if you even offered it. Just maybe turn a blind eye.
But I still know.
I know.
It's like when they line up prisoners and they say they're gonna do one thing, but you know they're gonna kill them. It's as bad as you doing it yourself, you know.
I'm sorry I put you in this position. But I'd rather do it under my own choice than losing control. So I've got...
Meet your father.
You think that'll
Either
work?
you'll stop, or I'll make you stop. Or he will, if he's as powerful as everyone is implying. You go and tell him what you're gonna do, and then we'll see if he lets you. Give him a choice that's not really a choice. He should want you strong and whole. And you should want to know that you love him enough not to eat him all the way.
Well, that's certainly an intriguing thought.
You hear another bell go out throughout the city. Noise of the crowd all around you. You've circled back around now, and you again see the tavern there. Its front door currently closed.
We should be quick about it before his friends arrive. Or people will have questions about what's going on.
Right.
And before you can't control it and you just eat whoever's in front of you. Because I'll have to stop you if you try that.
Would it be the first time I heard someone say that?
No. But you know I'll do it because you know that I left Bashar to die. And if he hadn't died there, I would have killed him myself. Because that's what you do when there's a monster in the middle of a town. You take care of it. You stop it. You protect the town and the people.
Erin didn't take offense to that. She just inclines her head a bit. I'll make it as quick as possible.
I'll be coming with you.
You might want to stay outside somewhere. My sister, somewhere in the town apparently. She and I don't have the greatest of relationships right now.
He ordered you to kill her. Why?
Because some soft part of me still thinks of her as my sister, clearly.
Just give me a description and I'll keep an eye out. Let's go.
Blonde hair, green eyes, might be wearing a floral dress. She walks like I do. Like someone that's been taught how to slip away.
So I should look on the ceiling then.
Well, she can't climb. That's something I have about her.
Good to know. And Agatha's gonna basically drive us back into the inn, and we'll go and see if we can find where Fist and Tantalus is set down.
All right. So the scene inside is quieter than the city outside, but still quite noisy. There are only a dozen people patroning the bar here, but they are all quite drunk. And standing atop the bar is a male kender, short by even kender standards. He's dancing a jig. There's a tiny band playing in the corner. And his dancing's lively, but kind of reckless. He's knocking over empty and half-full mugs. And when one song ends, a couple of moments after you step inside, before the next song begins, he ducks back behind the bar, begins to pour more ale, refill everybody who's there, and then he climbs back up on top of the bar again. Meanwhile, you see Fist and Tantalus in a dark corner of the inn. He's taken a seat. He's removed 2 simple copper keys, and they're placed out before him on the table there. Along with a dark jet black stone, one that Avrin would recognize immediately. He's watching you as you enter.
Avrin will walk up to him, not beelining as if to draw attention that she's clearly going for him, in a way that someone would wander through a room and just happen to end up there.
Okay. What's Agatha doing?
I think Agatha is gonna go up to the bar, and go to order a drink, and then realize she has no money, and turn back to the room, and watch Averin, and she's gonna take out the quill and the last scrap of paper she has, and she's gonna write a note to Nova. And she's gonna write it in Dwarven and really hope that Nova speaks Dwarven. And the note basically reads, Averin's hungry. I had to do something. I have one of the stones. Hurry up. And that'll be it.
You send it through the buddy bag.
The buddy bag. P.S. Send money.
As Averin, you approach the table as casually as you can. And Fist and Dantalus is there, watching you, expressionless.
Can we have a conversation?
Of course. Would you like to do it upstairs in one of the rooms, or?
Upstairs.
Very well. He takes a key and hands it to you for your room.
She'll take it and pocket it.
He then takes the shadow serpent, the black stone, and holds it in his hand, and he offers that to you. And to show you, as well as I can, that we are in this together.
She looks down at it and then takes it. I do want to make an insight check to see if this is him actually offering a stone or just, a possible fake or some other trickery.
Go for it.
22.
It's the shadow stone. It's the shadow serpent. You held the stone in your hands. It feels cold to the touch the same way it did then. It doesn't reflect light. It almost absorbs it. Its blackness is so dark that it doesn't even seem to have any dimension. You can feel the curves, the smooth curves of the stone, but you can't really see them, just like before. And he gestures and says, after you, we can speak in your room if you wish.
Right, of course. And she'll put the stone in her pocket. And she'll head upstairs to the room that this key unlocks.
He follows you, not awkwardly close to you, but fairly close. Agatha, do you stay downstairs just keeping a watch?
I think she's going to move to a table nearer the stairs. Give up on leaning by the bar and move nearer the stairs. Keeping an eye basically on entrances and exits. And being able to get up the stairs as quick as she can. If something happens, like a big boom or...
Let's go ahead and roll me a perception check, and we'll just use that as our go-to in case something happens.
22.
All right. You see them move up the stairs and disappear from view. Averin, you find the room that matches the number on the key. You open it up. You can still hear the music downstairs through the floorboards. The room's cozy enough. There's a small hearth. There's a table with a couple of quills and an ink pot set out. The bed is too small for two people comfortably, but for one person, it would be fine. Or for two small people, like children, it could be fine. It's low to the ground, and all of the curtains, the sheets, everything here is a very, very faded pink. Everything looks very old. And as you step into the room, Distant Dantalus says, Would you like me to close the door or to keep it open?
Probably what we talk about is not something that we just want anyone walking by to hear.
I agree, and he waves his hand and the door gently slides closed.
She's still not used to it. That he's a magic user. But she tried not to show it at least. Is there a window here?
There's a window. There's bars on the window. This is not like a very good area of town, but there's a window.
Okay.
You're on the second story.
Just sussing out my possible exits.
Okay.
That's all. I think that she stands for a bit, looking out the window for a moment. You know what I am now, right?
Yes, but I do not judge you for it.
And you know that as all things, I need to feed.
Would you like me to find you someone? Discreetly.
Not quite.
You know. Well, perhaps you don't. But I trained the Erephaeus. If I wanted to, Overin, I could read your mind. But I don't. I wish for you to speak it.
Before I ask what my request is, I want to know, what is the mistake you think I want you to correct?
I could guess what I think you would want me to correct. But I do not believe that is what I would change if it were my choice. Would you like both answers?
Yes.
I believe that you would ask me to go back in time and to not ask you to kill your sister, and would not tell her that it was part of a greater game. That seems on the surface like the action that broke our family apart. And I thought I was making you stronger, and perhaps in a way I did. But I was not prepared for you to hate me so afterwards. What I would choose for myself is to go back in time to when you were a baby. And I made the choice to train you to be an assassin, to bring you up into that world. I would give you a normal life instead, where you did not have to kill to eat, where I did not ask you to do any of the things that I ask you to do. You would go to school and learn and find your own joy. Because of all of the things that I took from you, what I regret most is never showing you how to figure out what you love and to pursue that with all of your heart. He sort of wipes at the corner of his eye, looks away from you, doesn't look back, and says, and that is the truth.
I'm gonna insight check.
Go for it.
Use advantage. 16.
He seems earnest. You have no idea if he would actually make that choice out of all of the possible times that he could go back to. There's so many possibilities. But it at least seems like it's something that he's thought about as he's saying it to you.
Yeah, here we are now. Sometimes I wish I could go back to a time where I could easily trust you. Made life so much easier, didn't it?
He doesn't answer. He just looks at you.
Funny predicament we're in. So many factors. You need me and Agatha and our stones. We need to leave. I know it's you that I need to trust you. And even before that, I'm going to be in any form of fully thinking. I need to feed. Father. An act of trust. Let me feed on part of you.
Absolutely. Do what you have to. I will do anything to make things right again. And he closes his eyes and just waits.
She's going to take the few steps to close that distance and put a hand up to his forehead and will it to feed from her father.
All right, throw it up in chat.
Find it. And also my DC has changed now because I took a thing. So now it's a DC 16.
He doesn't struggle. You can feel just a moment of his muscles tightening up. You hear just a light gasp escape his mouth. You can feel an incredibly flavorful rush move from him into you. He's intellect that you've never experienced before, and it's dizzying, it's intoxicating. It feels fantastic. You immediately feel re-energized. He doesn't resist. He chooses to fail his saving throw. Go and roll 1d6 for me.
Five.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Fuck. 4.
You drain him deep. And when he opens his eyes, he doesn't look like Rook did. He doesn't look unintelligent or bestial. You can't actually see much of a change in his expression once your hand breaks away, and break away it has to, because you're not used to feeding. And this is the first time you've fed on anybody with the mind that your father has. And what is intoxicating at first becomes overwhelming a few minutes later. You feel like you're getting sick on the energy you've absorbed, and the room spins around you as you stand there. You begin to faint. And as you faint, Fistandantilus catches you in his arms, and he lifts you up off the ground, and he lays you down on your bed. And right before you pass out, you hear him say, "I will be here when you awake." We're going to cut away from this scene now, and we're going to move across the land of Nightland, closer to the edge of the grove. This is where Sir Riordan and the others have had to set down. 10 minutes is not long. What's your fly speed? What's the top speed there for you, Honoria?
It's actually based on the individuals. So for me, it'd be it'd be 60 feet per round, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, flying speed of 60, so 120 feet.
Is top speed.
An hour, yeah.
Great.
But it depends. If their flying speed is different, then it'd go much faster, which is interesting. I wonder what it'd be like to cast fly on a dragon. Never mind.
We're gonna basically just do the single speed for the entire group. So you're moving 4 times faster than you would on foot. So what's a 2-day journey? In theory, should be a half-day journey, but it's every 10 minutes, correct? That you have to sit down and recast.
It gets more complicated after that, because then I have to cast the spell twice. I would only be able to cast it 2 more rounds, essentially, and that's depleting most of my spells. I think Honoria would probably lie to the party and be like, we can do 1 more round of this, and then I'm not willing to do any more in case something bad happens.
So you can do a max of 20 minutes, and you need 6 hours of flight to get to Malmene. You can continue traveling on foot afterwards, but that's a discussion that we'll have after, we'll say, the second time you touch down.
I can use my secondary spellbook to attempt to
regain.
Yeah, and I can gain. Sorry, team. Let me just work out the math on this real quick.
Is there a way that we can reduce the number of targets that she has to have?
Even
I
with
know
that,
that it doesn't
even
still
with
doesn't
that-
help.
No, unfortunately,
Okay.
because it still would be 2 5th level spells, and after that, I'm not really down with going down to 3rd level spells. I just need to find my spell book. Because I'm pretty sure it's 1d4 -1, and I can't lose spells based in that method.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay,
So you gain one
1d4
spell slot
-2. No, so I gain no spell slots back. So yeah, we
All
can
right.
20 minutes.
So 20 minutes. So I mean, it gives you a boost, but you're still going to have to travel on foot. Even assuming that you can rest. Well, I mean, I was already including a rest. So let's see. I've got this math real quick. I just want you guys to have an idea.
Including a rest makes it different than I could go one more round, including rest.
Yep. So
3 rounds.
if you were to alternate flying and walking as fast as you can, even with people holding each other and doing what they can, you can reduce the total travel time to Malmene from 2 days to, we'll call it 1 day, without taking a long rest in that day. You'll have to give up your long rest as well.
Can I keep an eye out for any travelers with horses, caravans, etc. while we are flying? I have no problem with decimating a small party to steal their horses right now.
Yeah, so let's play this out. Okay.
I do.
Because I think we might have a
look, Lorana's making out with Tanis.
Lorana's riding me. She's not making out with Tanis at all.
All right. So after the second set down, about 20, 25 minutes into your journey, you've landed in the clearing. There's still sporadic woods around, but you're getting closer to the edge of the grove. You've still got a massive amount of plains to travel through to get to the Vanguard River in Malmene. So you set down again, and you're all aware of the limitations of your current tactic. Tanis has gone and snatched Lorana, and he's having a very it sounds like it's an energetic but whispered conversation with her off by a tree.
Ooh, can I drop eaves on that? That sounds juicy.
Absolutely. What's everybody else doing? So Nova's going to try to spy. What's everyone else doing?
Searching for horses.
Okay.
And that short resting.
He'll check in with Lily and Shadow.
Okay. How about Sir Riordan?
Riordan's just keeping his eyes cast to in the direction of Malmene, but he would definitely check in on Lily as well, and the rest of the party, just to make sure everybody's all right, including the dragon, who is an entity in its own right. No one should forget that.
All right, so you all sit down and you're taking a little fly break. Nova, how are you approaching Tanis and Lorana?
Well, I'm just real nonchalant and, doing my kender thing, maybe tinkering with something and looking like I'm really busy in that, but my ears are burning.
Okay,
Like, oh man, I'm gonna need some sticks for this, and just kind of walk around picking up some sticks.
All right, so roll me a deception check, then roll me a perception check.
Excellent. I have a +0 on both of these skills. Oh god, that's awful.
So why don't you describe for me just why it's so bad? What does the kender do?
I think she tries to whistle while she works, but she can't hear very well over her own whistling, and so it's very awkward, like intermittent whistling as she gets closer to Tanis and Lorana, and then maybe she gets distracted and sets some of the sticks on fire at some point, and then realizes like, oh no, I wasn't supposed to burn these. Oops, let me start again, and then it's real bad.
They both slowly turn over their shoulder at the same time to look to you. And Lorana looks like she's maybe amused. But Tanis seems off put. And he says, "Excuse us." and he leans into Lorana, says something in her ear, and then marches off further away from the camp into the tree line. And after a moment, she kind of gives you an apologetic look and waves, and then she turns and follows Tanis into the tree line.
All right, I'm just gonna be working on my project here.
Excellent. Rookone. So you're approaching Lily and Shadow. Lily is right now, she's down on the ground. She's on her knees. Her hair looks wild because she's been flying through the air and she doesn't really know how to like smooth it over or straighten it. She hasn't thought to. So it's kind of like sticking out in all directions. It looks very frizzy. And she's currently playing with Shadow, whose hair is also sticking up because he's been flying, and she's rubbing his sides and top of his head. She doesn't see you approach.
Lily, how do you like flying on the back of that dragon? Mm-hmm.
She turns over and looks at you, and her cheeks are like bright red, and she smiles pretty big. Nods her head.
Good, good. But every second we have to spare, you should be training. Draw your sword.
She dusts off her dress and stands up to her feet and reaches for a sword. She pulls it off of her makeshift belt and almost drops it, and kind of it bounces between two of her hands, and then she catches it and holds it to her chest. She takes a deep breath and she tries to figure out her stance, but she seems a little disoriented. She's not quite finding it.
Stay steady. Stay steady. Calm. Use two hands.
And then he backs up, takes his scimitar out with his shield,
Approach.
and gestures for her to engage.
And she looks at your scimitar kind of timidly. There's fear in her eyes of the blade. Then she kind of just locks up there for a moment. She does not approach.
He takes the scimitar, shoves it into the ground, and approaches her.
That feeling right there, that is fear. That is your greatest enemy. Conquer fear, and the world is at your whim.
And she looks like she's trying to understand.
Come on. I won't hurt you. This is training.
Roll me a persuasion check.
That's athletics, right?
Yes.
17.
It takes her a moment, but when she sees that you've stuck the scimitar in the ground, she kind of looks at it and nods her head, parses what you've told her, and she finds her stance, and when she rushes you, she loses it immediately. She just rushes you and tries to swing at you with a sword.
And in one circular motion, I'll parry her blade out of the way and attempt to disarm her.
No. She does roll a 17. Does that hit?
Armor class is a 17.
So you go to parry, and right before your blade catches hers to disarm hers, she spins around, and you don't know if it's on purpose or not, but she spins around your parry and swings her sword around and cracks you right inside of your knee for 2 points of damage.
Good. And then as she hits my knee, I'm going to take the back half of my sword and shove her into the ground.
All right, so make a push attack for me. Athletics. And this is the point where Sir Riordan has come over. Like, you just saw her juke Rookone and smack him in the knee. Yeah, you knock her to the ground. I mean, she goes like through the air, skids, slides on her butt through the dirt. She looks shocked at first. She doesn't look hurt. She just looks shocked. It takes her a second before she gets back up to her feet and kind of begins to dust herself off.
And then I'll shove the scimitar back in the ground and get on one knee, and then like a what did we learn face.
She just kind of has a sheepish smile, and she looks down at your knee.
Good move, but string them together. One move is never enough.
She nods her head.
I give her a little applause from the back.
And she kind of spins on her feet, and she thrusts like just the edge of her wooden sword into the dirt and like grabs the sides of her dress and does her mocking of a lady's curtsy to Nova.
I'm pretty sure that's how Nova thinks people curtsy, just in general. So.
How close is Riordan to the situation?
10 feet? 15?
What's Sir Riordan doing?
Just watching.
Just watching.
I'll take my scimitar back up at the ground, out of the ground, and gesture for her to come at me again, repeating the same general.
She nods her head and wipes her face, grabs her sword, and she'll start to charge at you. I'm going to go over to Honoria now. Honoria, you're watching the road. You're watching for passing caravans. You're kind of there's a little dirt road here, but you're not on one of the main roads currently. You would have to travel a little further to reach the road to Malmene. But go ahead and roll me a perception check and let me know what in particular you're trying to do.
I mean, we've seen war going on. There's possibly trading lines. There's possibly people picking up and taking everything that they have and going on the run. But I'm also not too willing to give away our location. And while the sweet little babe is training and they're droppings of eaves, there's not a lot of commotion going around the camp, and I'd like to keep it that way. So just listening. Strong 13.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Stronger 26.
You're watching the nearby road. You guys are kind of off the road. It's like I said, it's a dirt road. It's if anything goes up and down this road, it's maybe a private farm, the line to a private farm that one horse might travel. You don't see anybody pass in the time that you're watching, the few minutes. But maybe if you went to the road, you might be able to get a better sense. And there's at one point that you turn, you notice Rook there gesture for Lily, and Lily turns away from curtsying to Nova, and she pulls her sword out and she charges for Rook, and then she kind of almost jumps off of the ground right before she's going to swing her sword, and she sticks in the air and she flickers. Her entire body starts shaking, and then you see her land back on the ground and run backwards, spinning around and ending in that same curtsy. Then Rook calls for her. She breaks away from the curtsy and she charges him again.
Can I find somewhere off by myself?
Yeah. Tanis and Lorana already found through the tree line. You could probably go there and lose line of sight, gain some level of privacy.
I cast sending. I'd like to send to Raceland Majir.
Okay. Throw it up in chat for me, and then tell me what you're trying to say. And are you trying to be stealthy about this, Honoria?
Absolutely.
Off for that. So roll me a stealth check as well.
25.
That's really good. So I saw a perception check from Sir Riordan. You're trying to keep an eye on everything, but Honoria does just kind of, you look away for half a moment and then she's gone. All right. So you find a private little corner and you cast sending, message of 25 words or less. So what are you saying exactly? What are you trying to send to Raceland?
Time is reverting, bubbling back and forth. Fist and Dantless is in Malmene. Malmene? I never said that right.
Okay.
Lorana and Tanis are with us. Is time altering for you as well, Honoria?
Roll 1d100, and you need a 6 or higher for this message to go through.
I would like to use my inspiration.
Huh. No, because this isn't a d20. This is 1d100. This is a percentile.
Okay, just throwing it up there.
You have a 95% chance of success. There you go. You send the message and you wait and you wait. Sir Riordan, what are you doing meanwhile? Back at camp.
Yeah, Sir Riordan would just be doing all of the good things that a knight does in the field. He is making sure his armor is clean, if not polished. His mustache is clean, if not polished. And his sword is clean, if not polished, as he is watching everyone. But his eyes, perhaps that's why he missed Honoria, seem to flicker more than he would care them to when they're tracking the whereabouts of Lorana and Tanis.
Do you want to roll me another perception check?
Well, yeah, that's my speciality. I'll surely do that. 15.
You don't see them, but while you're splitting your attention, you would hear them. You think it sounds like the raised voice of a man.
There's something interesting on the ground just a little closer to that sound, so Riordan will make sure that it's not a threat to the camp. And though it is beneath him, he will scoot a little closer.
So you go into the trees. You still can't see them, but you can just make out their voices. And with a 15, I'll just tell you, it sounds like they're having maybe a hushed argument about something.
I mean, if it ever would come to, and he doesn't even think this poorly of Tanis, but if it would ever come to blows, his money is strongly on Lorana anyway. But he'll just stay close enough to not necessarily hear what they're saying, but to perceive intent.
All right. Honoria, you can hear this argument too as you're waiting for anything to come back to you. And after it seems like several long minutes, you hear a voice inside your mind. You must have brought something back with you. That's it, not 25 words. But you recognize Raceland's imprint. Roll me a perception check.
15.
Honoria, in the direction that you hear the voices through the trees, Between two of the taller trees here, you see a dark shape that vaguely resembles the shadow of a man. It's got the limbs, the arms, the legs of a man, but no clothes and no depth, as though the creature were as flat as a sheet of parchment. While the thing is mostly without form, it does have a face and white pinpoints for eyes. Honori, it's a face that you recognize. Please describe to me what your father looked like the last time you saw him.
He was a fat, slovenly old man. He bought clothes that were far too fine for him. And he would do it at the cost of his own family. He would go without eating as well so that he could look the part. His face was surprisingly unwrinkled for how old and useless he was. And his blue eyes had a way of holding you, judging you, no matter how you looked at him. He sported soft blonde curls, short, cut like the men more youthful than he was. He never took quite the white wigs of his station. I was blamed it on a midlife crisis. That's all I remember. I've tried to push him out of my mind so many times.
Well, he's there now, at least his face attached to some parchment thin shadow, several inches floating above the ground, staring in your general direction with white pinpoint eyes. He's not moving. It's like he's painted into the air.
What magic could be causing this besides illusion?
Roll me an Arcana check, and as you sort of reach out with your senses, you hear Tanis's voice from nearby call out, "I don't trust him." There's definitely a powerful magic here. You're not sure. Something's very strange. So Riordan, at the same time, you hear Tanis yell out, "I don't trust him."
Not knowing who he's talking about, he'll, beneath his clean yet not polished mustache, will offer a slight grin.
Honoria, what do you do?
Riordan!
At that, he will run.
Honoria, you see Riordan running towards you through the tree line. And then he stops, he freezes in the air, and then he runs backwards, his body shaking. You hear yourself speaking the word Riordan, but backwards. And then you're back, and that creature is gone. That thing ahead of you is gone.
So Riordan didn't hear me call out for him then?
If it's worked like before, you've just reversed, gone back several moments.
New Atari, hear my plea. Don't let the magic leave me. I will do anything. Anything. You can have my soul, the blood that runs within me. Let me know that I still serve a purpose. Please don't let me lose control.
Everyone roll me a perception check. Honoria, you have advantage on this.
22.
17.
Natural one.
13.
Honoria, a moment later, that figure reappears several feet closer to you. It's still frozen, painted into the air that it's hovering in, but its position has changed. Now it's hunched over, its knees bent, its arms extended in your direction. And unlike before, it is smiling. Sir Riordan, you see several parchment-thin, shadow-like figures, all with the same face appear. 3 of them, one of them close to Honoria, who you can see now off to the side through the trees. 2 of them almost hanging on to the trunks of 2 other trees. They don't move. It's like they've been painted there. They're frozen in their position, and then they blink out of existence. And a moment later, they blink back into existence, having moved several feet closer to Honoria's direction.
Do I get a chance to react?
Yeah. Honoria as well.
He would spare a quick thought towards Lorana, and then he would run towards Honoria, yelling all the while, "Rook!"
I'm gonna go into spellcasting.
All right, so Rook, Own, and Nova, you would hear Riordan's cry from through the trees.
So Lily takes another lunge at me, and I hear it, and I sidestep it and pick her up by her shoulders, and immediately set her down on Shadow and slap Shadow's rear for him to go running off, and then I go bounding towards the sound.
And
I'll
Nova.
follow.
Okay. Here's what I want. I want everyone to roll me initiative.
Oh no.
But I'm going to give advantage to Riordan and Honoria.
Well, thank goodness for that.
All right, so let me write this down real quick.
I have 15. I naturally have advantage on initiative.
Okay. Riordan got a... Did you roll
19.
twice? Oh, yeah, I see 19.
I did, 19.
15 for Raccoon, 22, and 7. What was yours, Honoria? What was your... There it is, 12. Cool.
Yep, sorry. All right. So, Honoria, before we jump into initiative, you see now a second shadowy figure. You don't know how many there are, but you see a second one. It's identical to the other, just in a different position. It's also reaching for you. It's also smiling. And it also has the face of your father, just like the last time you remember him. Great. I'm not going first, right?
No, I just want to know how she reacts in this moment.
It's just shock is in there, definitely, but I don't think it has time to register in her face. I think... Sorry to take so long thinking about this. There's a brief bit of insanity that takes over Honoria, and she's very... It's somewhere between angry, jealous, and envious. This whole adventure has been hers, has been to get away from him, has been to be the glory of suppressing what he did to her. And the fact that he's here now in any form, it makes her blood boil. You're not supposed to be here. This is my time. I want you to die. Anger.
All right. But it is not your turn to go first. It's actually Nova's turn. So Nova, you are able to dart through the woods. Now, to find them, I need a perception check.
Oh
And I'll
no.
tell you what else you might need.
This is how Nova got lost in the woods, and no one made it to Malmene. I got a 5, Don.
I'm not going to say you don't find them, but because you were outside of the trees, you'll have to use a dash action to actually, like, you run one way and then you see them and you'll have to run that way to catch up.
Okay, that's fine.
So a bonus action.
I do. I'm looking to see if I can summon Mr. Pew Pew with my bonus action. No, that's a full action. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna use my bonus action. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'll just catch up, see where they're at, kind of see if I can see what's going on. That's it.
All right.
Little legs. It takes me a while.
You almost reach them and you see these two figures, these shadows that kind of flicker in and out of existence. And each time they flicker back into existence, they've changed position and they've gotten a little closer to Honoria. You see rushing towards her. You can see on Honoria's face just anger in her eyes. But it is their turn next. And Honoria, they flicker in and out of existence, and then they're on you, and their hands are attempting to touch you. They don't move. You never see them move. You just see them teleport from place to place. And they're each going to make 2 attacks against you. All right, so that's going to be a 9 and a 20.
I'm going to use shield to stop the 20, and thus both of them will miss me.
All right.
Kandala.
And you summon the shield just in time. They both are on the outside of your shield, wrapped their limbs around your shield, and they're just staring at you through it. They can't get through, but they're just on the outside of it. That's the end of their turn. Sir Riordan, you witness this as you're rushing through the trees.
Okay, Riordan's going to run in and he is going to drag, if he can see them wrapped around this invisible force, this shell of magic, he's going to pull Absolution out and drop it around waist level as he runs by, slicing them and putting blade against the shield in the hopes of just cleaving them as he runs past.
All right. Go ahead and roll me attacks with your sword. It's going to be a disadvantage, though, because of an ability that they have.
13.
So 13, just as you begin to swing your sword, it flickers out of existence, vanishes, and does not pop back up for another split second when your blade's on the other side. And when it reappears, it's in the exact same position as before.
Okay, he will spin, and then as he moves, he's going to begin to blink his eyes almost in a way that mirrors their flicker, and I'm going to use an inspiration to get this down to a normal, regular roll if I can with the second attack.
All right, go for it.
Natural 20.
Boosh!
Okay, so...
Sorry, my mic was on.
With the natural 20, let's see. That's going to be 23, and then he is going to, and I wrote this down so I wouldn't take time anymore. I'm going to pump in a superiority die as well in the hopes of, I don't know if I can do it with these things. He's going to try to like kick it off of Honoria, get her even away from the shield, get it 10 feet away from her.
Is this like a push attack?
It is, and that will be 20 additional damage, so that's 43 so far. Is it still there?
So it is immune to shove and prone. So when you strike it, it doesn't feel like anything. You can see part of its shadowy form kind of rip away and then reattach, but it doesn't move.
Okay. Okay, so with 43 damage in it, it's still up?
Yeah.
Okay. Third attack coming in. And again, he's going to spend inspiration to make this a normal roll.
All right.
19.
19 actually will hit.
Okay, that's a 10. I get to re-roll that 2. So it's 11 slashing. And let's see, he's going to... Yeah, I might as well. I'm going to pump in another superiority die into this one. And again, it would be a trip attack, but they're prone to it, so it's just another 5 for a total of 16 on that one.
All right.
59 total.
It's still up. It hasn't moved. You're not sure if it's how much it's damaged it, if it's damaged it, but it's still up.
Okay. With the rest of his movement, is there a way to get in between himself and Honoria, them and Honoria?
If she would let you on the inside of her shield, you could try. Yeah.
I would let him pass through it if he could. As shield is an abjuration spell, I'd like to.
I'm saying you can let it down, but you have to let it down for the rest of it.
No, then you can go around, buddy. Love you.
Gotcha. Don, would we have had flanking with this?
Yeah, I guess technically you would have. So you want to roll that first attack again?
Sure. And can I take back my inspirations?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Is that okay? I mean, I okay.
Absolutely.
18?
Around 18 will hit.
Okay, for 15 additional slashing for a total of 74.
It's still up.
That's all I got, everybody. Good night.
That was good.
It's a good try.
Rook Owen, you rush through the trees now, and I'm going to give you the same thing I gave Nova. I need you to make me a perception check to see if you will have to spend a dash action to get there in time.
24.
All right, I'll say that you could smell them on your way in, and you beeline right next to Sir Riordan, who's slashing away at one of these creatures, who are both attached, like wrapped around the outside of a magical shield that Honori has put up.
What do they smell like?
Nothing. They don't have a smell. They don't move.
All right, so running in with just the shield, I'm going to run in, and then the step right before occupying Riordan's space, I'm going to leap above Riordan and try to crash land into these dark entities.
Are you targeting the same one that Riordan's targeting, or are you targeting the other one?
The same one Riordan's targeting.
All right, go ahead, and your disadvantage is canceled because you have flanking.
All right, and then I'm gonna attempt to do the goring rush. Was there enough space between to warrant?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then so it's a normal roll. I'm gonna burn an inspiration for an advantage.
Okay.
Can I do that? Okay.
Absolutely.
18.
An 18 does hit.
All right, that plus my sneak attack damage, which I didn't have on. $26 damage.
Let's see. So you leap through the air and you crack your horns onto Honoria's shield and bounce off, going straight through this creature. And it seems to break apart in the middle and shred and kind of flaps up and down through the air. Now it's moving. Honoria, you can see your father's face, eyes locked on you as the rest of his body is drifting down towards the earth. Billy, I need you to make me a charisma saving throw.
Well, luckily.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is an intelligence saving throw.
Well, fuck.
Sorry, buddy.
12.
12 actually is a save, so you don't have to worry about anything. Nothing happened. The creature breaks apart into little shreds of paper-like substance that then just blink out of existence. The other one's still on your shield right now. Anything else on your bill?
I neglected to mention that instead of using a bonus action to shove, the bonus action was going into a rage upon entering combat.
Awesome. So you get all veiny Minotaur.
Yeah. Like big ol' vein.
All right.
Eyes bursting, blood flowing through my eyeballs, popping out of my muscles, and just crazed.
All right. Honori, it's your turn now.
I am going to pull out my spell book and open it to a new page and look to what unfortunately right now I truly believe to be my father. A little girl here and you want to take advantage of her as well. Not this time, Father. Arastia. My hand, if I have to move forward, will touch Reardon, and a pulse of black and combining white light will run through my hand and touch him. And you feel faster. So much faster. I give you haste to crush our enemies.
Excellent. Anything else that Honori does?
I'll try to back up 30 feet or so.
I will get an opportunity attack against you as you move away.
It's a new round, so I'm okay with that.
All right. So it's an 11.
Even though it's coming in, can I sentinel regardless?
Yeah.
If I have no advantage, is just normal 14.
Cool. So that does. So again, it flickers out of existence, and as Honoria retreats, when it flickers back into existence, it's no longer in that same position it was before when it was on her shield. Now it's on the ground, and its head has turned around, and it's staring at you, Riordan.
Because it attacked within range of me, and I still have a reaction on my turn. Saya Balai, and I use that to reverse time if I can.
Yeah.
I put it in chat to my minor time split before the attack, and it must succeed.
Intelligence saving throw. I think that's probably going to succeed. Yeah. That's going to be a 21.
It was worth the shot.
All right. At the end of your turn, Honoria, you're running back, retreating through the woods, even as your friends come to help you. Roll me a perception check.
16.
You see them before they get to you, but You still can't stop them from getting to you. They just won't surprise you. 2 more of these figures, both of them with their father, on trees, teleporting from tree to tree, position to position. And in a moment, one of them's directly above you, upside down in the air, reaching down for you and smiling, and the other one's at your feet, reaching for your legs, smiling up at you. And they're both going to attack you twice.
Fuck.
It's going to be a 21, 22, and a 22, and an 18.
Am I able to use minor wheel of time at this moment? Because it does.
Is it a reaction?
No, it just says at the end of someone else's turn.
Oh,
It's the
right.
only time I can use that spell, so it's a little iffy for me. If not, I understand.
Throw it up in the chat for me. Let's
wait,
take a
that
look
was
at it
fire
together.
shield. Sorry. There we go.
There we go. At the end of a creature's turn, if you are able to see them and they are within range, yes, so you can do that. And they have to make an intelligence saving throw or be stunned until the end of your turn. So describe what this looks like. As these things are teleporting closer and closer to you, you see the moment they both reach and grab you. You feel an extreme pain course through your head. You don't know what the effects are yet, and then you cast the spell. What's that look like?
My father is here. I'm used to pain surrounding him. I start casting my hands in a circle, but in the opposite way, wind spins around me. Saya, Eder, Balakan, Saya, Eder, Balakan. And I think for the first time, golden flecks appear with my opposing wind circle. And like I've experienced perhaps too many times today, time reverses, and that little shock of that happening hits me as I go back in time, wondering if this is all part of it. Is this all a part of it? I don't have time. I go back.
So you see them teleport backwards away from you, and then they're teleporting towards you again to do the exact same thing. A 15 and an 18. Do they both pass their saving throws?
15 is a match, 18 is not.
So they both pass their saving throws. So they're both going to attempt to touch you again. This time you might fare better. You might have better luck. So let's see. An 11 and a 25 and a 15 and a 20.
The 2 attacks hit.
Okay. So one grabs your shoulder from above. It teleports with its hand on your shoulder. One teleports with its hand wrapped around your leg. You will take 20 psychic damage, and I need you to make me 2 charisma saving throws.
Sure. That's a 6, and that's a 23.
All right.
You said 20 psychic damage?
20 psychic damage. Honoria, you feel your body change. One of your bones breaks, but it's weird. It's not an impact break. It just breaks. As this thing is touching you, you feel your spine bend a little bit more and your hair falls over your face. It's a little bit lighter of a color now. It's not quite as dark as it was. And when you look down at your hands, they're a little wrinklier and more leathery than they were before. You age 10 years immediately, and you lose 3 constitution points. That's the end of their turn.
I am gonna fuck these things up.
Nova, it's your turn.
I cast Eighth level fireball. I'm just kidding. I don't do that.
I'm okay with it.
I would hit everybody else because everyone's in melee. I'm going to deploy Mr. Pew Pew.
All right.
Uh,
One of these creatures seems to be facing Riordan. You hear probably, I don't know if she meant to do it, but you hear a sound escape Honoria off in the woods nearby you.
Okay, can I see the things attacking her? Because I saw them getting closer.
Yeah, I would say you can if you go looking.
Yeah. Let's have Mr. Pew Pew fire away at that thing, and then I'm just gonna hop on top. 20 hit.
Are you shooting at one of the ones attacking her? One of the 2 attacking her?
Yeah.
All right, 20 hits.
For 10 points of damage. Oh, wait, I think it's supposed to be 3d8. I could be wrong. Let me double check that. But yeah, I think that's it.
Was it the right amount of damage there?
I think so, actually.
Okay.
Check it.
All right. What else are you doing?
I think, because that's my action, I'm gonna just get a little closer so I can provide support if need to. Have Mr. Pew Pew chill back there. For now.
And you're mounted on Mr. Pew Pew. Is Mr. Pew Pew like on a tree and you're like hanging off the tree shooting at one of these things?
Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
It's gonna be sideways, you know. Just get a good angle because I'm short, so I like to see above things.
All right. So it is the one facing Riordan's turn now. And it reaches out. It teleports out. It doesn't reach out because it doesn't move. And all of a sudden it's behind you, Riordan. And you can feel its arms because of the weird electronic energy coming off of its fingertips as it touches your armor. How about a 17?
No.
Doesn't seem to have any effect. You can feel the energy from it, but it doesn't seem to have any effect, and it is your turn.
Okay, so as he feels this surge of energy go through him, he doesn't know exactly what to make of it until he recognizes the press of the pads of the wizard against the exterior of his chainmail, just enough, you know, going through the rings and links of metal to touch his skin. And when he feels the electricity pound through him, as this one attacks, he is going to... I'm going to try to kill this thing. Don, do I still have regular because we have flanking?
You don't have flanking currently. This thing teleported behind you. So you have disadvantage on your attacks.
But I still have a bull here, correct?
Yeah, but he's not behind you. He charged in front of you.
I know. Can I dance around him and stay within melee? And use some of my movement?
I'll give you
double.
If you're willing to take an opportunity attack.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to use advantage on this.
But before we do so, I'm going to use my bonus action to snap Shield of Faith.
All right, so what's that put your AC at?
22.
All right. And with Shield of Faith, you move around this creature and it teleports away and it teleports again and it's upside down, reaching for you with both legs, both feet, but you manage to dance around it. I'll give you advantage. I'll let you cancel out your disadvantage on this thing.
Fantastic. First attack then. 11. It's not going to make it. Second attack. 27.
That's a hit.
Okay, I get to re-roll that one. Okay, so that's 12. Pump a superiority die into it, even though I can't do what I need to do with it. So we're up to 21.
21.
And, yeah, 21, and then he's going for his third attack. Make sure I'm hitting everything I need to hit here. 27.
That'll hit.
Get to re-roll that 2. That's another 12. I will not pump in a superiority die there, so... Crap, what was my total for that one?
12. So you're at 33.
33, okay, and then for my fourth attack... 17.
17 hits.
Okay, so that's 13 on that, so that's 46. And my fifth attack, 17 hits.
Hits.
13, it's 56. And for my sixth attack, 27.
For my sixth attack.
Thank you, wizard. Yeah, so whatever, it was 55? Is that where I am now?
You're at 71 now.
Oh, sorry. Okay. And then is it still standing?
Yeah.
Action surge. For my first attack, I would like to...
That's a hit.
13, I get to re-roll the 2. That's 1, so that's 12. My second attack, 24.
Hits.
Get to re-roll the 2. That's a little bit better, so that's 15.
It goes down. So describe this flurry of like what is this? This is 8 attacks you've made so far.
Yes. So with 8 attacks, it's a surgical strike. As each one, as it flickers, with his speed, he begins to blink his eyes until the creature seems to solidify. He's blinking as it's flickering out and opening as it reappears. And so as he sees it, he just slices down across the arm, across the belly, up, and continues this box as he's taking the neck, the arm, the belly, the arm, the neck, the arm, the belly, until it's just a square. And when it's over, even though he might not be able to do anything, it's reactionary, it's muscle memory, he kicks at the square. So if he blasts this thing apart or just hits air,
and you take one piece at a time. They all kind of hang there in the air. They don't really move. And then all of them break away at once, floating in different directions. And you hear a sound that's like a chuckle. And then slowly that sound fades and those shreds just flicker out of existence.
Okay, so I have 60 feet of movement, maybe 55 if you count the dance. Can I get to Honoria?
Yeah, you can get to her.
I don't think because I reversed time that I moved, actually. I would have run 30. No, because it's the beginning of that action, so never mind.
It was the beginning of their turn.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. Don't forget you have +2 AC as well.
I do, yeah. I'm at 22. He's going to run in, and if at all possible, you allow me to continue the attacks that I didn't use?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's why you're the best. And I did kill somebody with Great Weapon Master, so can I... Oh, no, I Snap Shield of Faith. I cannot use the bonus action. Okay, so for my third attack?
9th? 12th? 15th?
9th? What is it? I forget whatever it is.
9th. For your final attack, I think.
Maybe, yeah. Well, no, I action surge, so I get them all back again. I'm hasted with action surge, so.
Right. I gotcha. All right, yeah. Okay. So an 11 an 11's gonna miss though.
Okay, so this is one of the new ones. 19.
Hit.
14 slashing, and then let's see, my second to last, 28. 13. I get to reroll that 2. 4, which is 15, and then 18, which we know hits, 14, and that stays. So 29, 30, 29, 39, 43.
Cool. All right. So Riordan charges through, moving super fast, by the way, because of the haste spell that's on top of him, and he's just swinging away at this thing behind you. It's passing through them. You know it's been effective before, but this thing does not vanish. You do not finish off, Sir Riordan. Rook, is your turn now.
So is Tia ended up being like 30 feet away, or?
I still have the 2 creatures since one of them hasn't dropped yet, even though they've taken 10 billion points of damage. So me and Riordan are side by side, as far as I know.
Do you still have your shield?
He killed one of them, but
no,
they're
the
on top of
shield...
you are still on you. Yeah.
The shield is actually active until. No, I've gone again, so no, it's gone. I'm vulnerable. Please help me.
So Rukon's going to charge in from an angle, so that he's flanking, and then do Gorin Rush again to the one that is damaged, or to the one that's been getting...
The one that Riordan's attacking, so that'll cancel out your disadvantage with the flanking.
11.
That'll be a miss.
All right, and then I'm gonna bash it with my head regularly for my second attack.
Right. So you charge in, and it flickers out of existence, and then reappears a moment later, and you go to swing your head at it.
15.
Again, it flickers out of existence and then back into existence.
Gotcha. Well, that was not productive at all. So I'm going to use my bonus action to let's see. Oh, no, it's if I hit a creature, so I can't do anything.
All right. So that makes it Honoria's turn again.
I turn my gaze over to Rookon. And I can't quite make it out to reach him, but the same black and white pulsing will shoot through my arm, and this time it's almost like a slow moving ball. If you were to watch it, it's almost like time was slowing down, but even though we're only going at 6 seconds, I suppose not that much, but at the last second it inside of you, and you also feel stronger, faster, more alive. And I will take my dagger out into my hand, slipping it free of the rope hold on my arm, and I will strike out at one of the creatures that Reardon has been attempting to hit for my first in a long time melee attack.
Go for it.
Don't think I get any bonus on besides my dex. That's a strong nothing. 9. And that
roll me an intelligence saving throw.
24.
All right, never mind. You're good.
I will try to put myself between Reardon and the things, because I have no honor.
Are you trying to put Riordan between you?
That's what I meant. Sorry. Yes. Again.
All right.
No honor. I give you
You
haste.
scramble-
Fuck you.
you
You can
scramble
attack
by-
9 times.
You scramble behind the creatures that have the face of your father, and after your turn, it is their turn. They both blink out of existence, and then they're both on either side of you, smiling down at you, their hands reaching out.
Try it, motherfuckers. Do it.
14, 23, 22.
23 and 22 are a hit.
So go ahead and roll me then 2 charisma saving throws.
Are they close enough to Sentinel, Dawn?
6. and
No,
20.
because she got behind you and they teleported behind her.
Shit. Okay.
One is a fail, one I hope is a success.
One is a success. So you're going to take 20 psychic damage. And again, you feel that. So ignore that. You feel that sensation of your body aging rapidly. You hear another bone break. This one, it's one of your toes. And you feel your spine bending more. You can see those wrinkles getting deeper, the age lines, the spots getting worse. You age another 10 years and you lose another 4 constitution points.
I'm at 3 constitution points total, and I'm 45 years old.
That's the end of their turn. Nova, it's your turn.
All right, and there's still no way I can just fireball those two without hitting anybody else? No? Okay.
You would definitely hit
Question.
everybody except for yourself.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Yeah,
What the fuck is Tanis, Lorana, and the dragon doing?
that's a good question.
They're leaving, it's fine. This is a planned assassination attempt by Tanis. Who knows? Mr. Pew Pew's gonna shoot at one of them that hopefully damaged. That's on
The
Honoria.
damaged one, the same one that targeted before. Yeah, go for it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't think a 12 hits.
12 is going to miss.
Okay, and then I will firebolt.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
So you have, let's see, how are you doing? You have an 11. You have 11 inspiration right now. You could spend your 3 inspiration and take another turn if you want.
I have that many? I didn't think I had that many.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that gives me another attack action. Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Another turn.
Another turn?
So you can do pew pew as well.
Cool. I'll do that then, because that was awful. Okay. Mr. Pew Pew, go! There we go. That's
a hit.
For 15 points of damage, and if they can be pushed, they get pushed 5 feet away.
It can't be pushed, but when pew pew blasts it, it puffs into like confetti of shadowy shreds, and those shreds kind of hang in the air. They drift just almost like they're bleeding through the air a couple of inches. Last moment before they blink out of existence, the face of Honoria, your father, right in front of you is the last thing that vanishes, and that one is gone.
I laugh maniacally, even though it's only one of 6.
And then I'll attempt to firebolt again.
All right, go for it.
19?
19 does hit.
29 points of fire damage.
Damn, that's a really good damage roll.
That's a really good damage roll. 10, 10, 9. I'll take it.
Unlike the sword attacks, it does react to your firebolt. You can see as soon as it hits, it teleports a little further away from Riordan, like 20 feet away. And when it reappears, it looks like it's trying to put out a flame that's on it. It doesn't move, but the fire moves.
Excellent.
And is that the end of your turn?
That's my action, bonus action. And I guess I'll just get a little higher in the tree, just so I can have a nice viewpoint. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Your Riordan, it's your turn.
Okay, give me the sit rep again. I've got Honoria backed away, and then they teleported behind Honoria, correct?
One of them got taken down just in front of your eyes by Mr. Pew Pew, and the other one got hit by a firebolt, has teleported about 20 feet away from you and is frozen in space with his arm over its shoulder in a gesture that looks like it's trying to put out the fire that's burning on its shoulder.
Okay, Riordan's going for the one that's still engaged with Honoria. He's thinking like a soldier and not like a magic user. These things are moving 20 feet at a clip, but he needs to get the one that's currently engaged with her.
Go for it.
Yeah, can I maneuver for flanking using Honoria?
Yep, absolutely. And go ahead and let's do this time, because since you have so many attacks, why don't you roll all of the attacks, and then we'll go through and do damage.
Sure, that sounds good. 1, miss. 15? I don't think we've had that low yet.
That's a miss.
Oof,
miss.
Natural 1. 27. 13's a miss. 26. So 2 hits.
Yeah, the absolution at 27 and 26 are both hits.
16 plus. I get to re-roll that one. 13, so 29 damage to the one.
This is the one that's still on Honoria.
Correct.
And just like before, it's that final strike that cuts through it, and it fades away, rips away from itself, bleeds several inches down through the air, and then vanishes.
Okay, and he is going to do, I always call it the Beastmaster. This is where you jump in front of somebody and you literally put your back into them as you're kind of holding back. He's literally going to occupy the same space as Honoria. He's going to try to just keep himself between the visible one that's trying to put itself out and Honoria, but he's wrapping his arm around her as well as he's holding Absolution out in front.
Great. All right, so you're protecting Honoria. Rookon, the only one that you see is the one that's on fire.
After missing twice with the other entity that is now destroyed, the anger emanates within him, and he senses where the other one is. He just jerks his head to the side and rears up, and in a very simian fashion punches the ground and grabs it and propels himself forward into a charge, into a goring rush.
All right, and you're hasted too, correct?
Yeah.
All right, go for it.
So I'm going to use it, burn an advantage on this particular goring rush attack.
That'll cancel out your disadvantage.
I'm sorry, that was a 25.
That's a hit.
And then I'm going to do 3 more attacks, or 2 more attacks with my horns after that.
All right.
I'm going to not burn advantage on these.
Okay, so disadvantage on both of them. 20's a hit.
Damn it. 13.
13's a miss.
Okay. And then I'm going to make a grapple attack.
Go for it.
17.
All right, so roll the damage on the 25 and the 20.
All right, so that is rage, no sneak attack. 18, and then 19.
18 and 19?
Yep, that's right.
All right, so tell me how you kill this creature, this wraith out of time.
So, lumbering forward, pushing more force into the ground to propel him at an even faster rate. His first, the Gorin Rush attack, lunges right for the center, knocks it off course as it's trying to put the fire out, swings its head again, he misses, and then with his chin on the downstroke, pummels it into the ground, and it hits the ground, and as it hits the ground, it just kind of like the shreds of parchment kind of float up into the sky and fall down.
And then they vanish. It's quiet.
How close is the nearest tree?
There's trees all around.
The closest tree, I'm going to attempt to bear hug grapple and rip it from the earth.
Okay.
Suplex that tree.
Give me an athletics check.
Ha!
Sure. Yeah, you just rip that tree right out. You can hear the sickening sound of roots stretching and snapping as you tear this tree that was a living creature out of the earth.
And then I'm going to use that tree to attempt to knock down all the other trees.
Oh, I move away a little bit.
How's everybody else reacting? So Rookon destroyed the last of these wraiths, rips a tree out of the ground and starts smashing other trees with it.
I'm super impressed until I remember I'm on a tree with Mr. Pew Pew, and so we just skitter down and go forward to check on Honoria, I guess.
As soon as Riordan would see that with the exception of Slugger over there taking out the forest, that the Honoria is at least safe for the moment, he's going to use his haste to blast in the direction of Lorana and Tanis.
All right. Honoria, what are you doing?
Staring at Riordan running away.
You don't see any signs of the phantoms, the wraiths. Roll me an Arcana check.
I'd like to use my inspiration.
All right.
7.
You remember the words that Raceland gave you.
You must
brought something back with you. You have a feeling that these creatures that exist out of time aren't meant for this world. They weren't supposed to be here. And you believe that it's possible they're targeting you because you came back through time. You broke the rules. You changed things. And that let them slip through.
I am such a fool. I have the answer on me. They would have stopped. I put my hand in my pocket and clutch onto the crystal, angry that I let my father once again get the best of me. my emotions tainted me from seeing the answer. And I clutch so hard around the crystal, I make my hand bleed. And I look once again out to my friends, releasing the crystal. We have to keep moving.
Are you okay? You had some, like, weird ghosty things. Just all up in your business.
Honoria, despite herself, and as hard as she's trying, tears start rolling down her face. And she looks at Nova, and Nova alone. I'll be okay.
She hands you a handkerchief.
I take it, and 45-year-old Honoria stares at you, feeling depleted and
Excuse me,
weak.
maybe when we rest, I got some cold cream in here somewhere. Everything's gonna be okay.
She'll sink down to her knees, dropping to eye level with Nova and pulling her cloak around her, just kind of listening to the chatter of the kender, no matter what she says, and trying to keep the darkness from pushing in.
Just give her a pat on the shoulder, and once Rook's done knocking down the trees with the tree, I'll check on him, make sure he's doing okay too.
How is Rokon doing?
There was a solid 6 rounds left of that rage, so he tried
36 seconds of tree smashing.
Yeah.
Do you want to roll to see how many trees you knock down?
Yes.
Swing bada.
Yes,
For every 5 athletics, for every 5 you get in athletics. Well, no, because you got 6 seconds. I'll say for every 3 you get in athletics, you knock down a tree. Only in athletics.
You got it. And since I'm raging, there's an advantage, so just beware. 31.
Yeah, so you knock down a total of 10 trees in 36 seconds. The tree you were using as a bludgeon is just broken apart. You are physically exhausted when your rage subsides and Nova comes up on you.
I drop the stump and I just look at her and I go, timber.
Jesus.
You got a lot of trees there. You doing all right? We won't be lacking for firewood, that's for sure.
It's just a thing.
No, I've noticed. It's fine.
How's Honoria?
She's a bit shaken, but she's gonna be okay, I think. I think she just needs a little time.
Move now to Sir Riordan, who's run into the area where he knows Lorana and Tanis are. Riordan, you explode into the area. What's his emotion right now?
The same that it was when he saw Noria getting swarmed. It's just defense. That's his job on the field. It is defense. And that's what he's trying to do.
You rush into the field and into this clearing where they were, and you can hear the sobbing even before you get there, the sobbing of Lily. You push through the trees, and you see there Lorana on the ground, kneeling, holding onto Lily's shoulders as she's crying. You see standing, looking around defensively, Tanis, his sword in hand, his eyes darting between the trees, looking for more of those creatures. And then you see, much larger than before, 10 times the size of the creature before, the bronze dragon. It's grown and lays on the ground, It's not moving. There's no smoke coming from its breath. And before the dragon's corpse, the old dragon's corpse, Lily is crying.
Oh no.
He just walks up.
I'm sorry, Tanis.
He looks wild-eyed for a moment, and then he lowers his sword. He's catching his breath, and he stretches out a hand, almost putting it on your shoulder, and then he pulls it back. You can see there's tears in his eyes, too. He opens his mouth to say something. The only words that come out are, "My friend."
Yes, they were.
How is Lily?
She is inconsolable. You've not heard her make much noise, but right now she is wailing.
He'll kneel down in front of her, as I'm assuming the weariness probably hits him.
Lily.
And he will take his gauntleted hand, and if he can, guide her chin up until her eyes meet his.
She resists at first, but she's tired. You can see how exhausted she is now. She's been traveling hard with you. You pull her chin up, and she's still sobbing, making noises through her mouth, but through like blinking red eyes, tears streaming down her face, she stares up at you.
And in his mind, he remembers the rituals that they would perform when a dragon fell from the sky, when knights and dragons would stand in circle around the fallen, and as the torches and the campfires would gleam off of now dulled metal scales. And he has a tale, a lesson that he would impart on her about standing with them in death as you did in life, of remembering. But he can't say those. Instead, he just opens his arms, pulls her in. She will embrace him.
She throws her arms after a moment of being motionless around you. You can hear the howling of a wolf nearby, mournful. Tanis moves to Lorana, and we move away from this scene with Lily in the embrace of Riordan, one night to a future night. We return to a tavern in Malmene. The band is gone. It's even more sparsely populated than it was before. The bartender, Agatha, is now napping in the corner, taking a break. What's Agatha doing right now?
I think Agatha has been very calmly and quietly counting time in her mind, trying to decide just how long she's willing to wait. Trying not to think too hard about the right and the wrong of what she'd sent Avrin to do. And I think as the place is emptied out, she's been kind of dragging it out. I'll count just 10 minutes more. She's not had screams from upstairs, which has been a good sign. But the quiet is just as unsettling, the same as it is when a forest is too quiet in a lot of ways. And I think she'll be eyeing the first step at the bottom of the treads. And that's kind of what we find her doing, is just counting another 10 minutes and hitting the kind of end of that count.
It's been a while. It's getting to the end of your count. When the door swings open and a group of workers move into the bar, one of them goes behind the bar and pours drinks for the other ones, not even bothering to wake up the kender, who you imagine probably either owns this place or is part of the family that owns the Drunken Kender Inn and Tavern. They don't seem to pay you much heed. A couple of them glance at you as you're watching the steps, but you're really not that out of sort here in Malmene. There are a number of dwarves in the town. There's a couple at the bar right now. And as you're looking them over, you see one of them kind of in the middle of the others, a little smaller, a little more quiet. And you recognize Rufus Rook. He doesn't see you, or if he noticed you, he didn't seem to say anything. But tell me what your father looks like, Agatha.
The last time she'd seen her father, his skin had been graying and blood had been just slowly seeping through the cracked, dry lips. And he'd been old and tired. When he had been healthier and better, he'd always had a stillness to him, save for when he was telling stories, when he'd be more bright-eyed and wide as he wove words to tell great tales and histories. And seeing her father before her, she straightens in her seat and her breath just catches, as this is what she'd been wondering this whole time, is this the world where he's still alive? Is this a place where what happened didn't happen? And it's the question she'd been trying to ask Honoria and Rook and Nova and the others, just not having the words to fully explain it. And here's the answer, and it fills her with a weird relief, like a weight has been just lifted, because in this world what happened didn't happen. She didn't do what she did. Because if she'd have done what she did in this world, then he couldn't be here. And she glances to the wall of the stairs, and leaning against it is that sword. And she looks between the sword and her father, and is just caught in this moment of staring at the two in the same room. Because that didn't happen before either.
He notices you once looking at him and kind of gives you a strange look before he goes back. He's distracted by a crude joke that a dwarf to his right makes and slaps him on the back. He spills a little bit of ale at the bar. He gives a half-hearted laugh, as though he didn't really quite hear it, but it's the polite thing to do, to laugh when everybody else around you is laughing.
And I think a smile kind of cracks on Agatha's face as she instinctively wants to join in the joke as well and find it funny, and she's been caught out staring. And then she glances again to the stairs, and she remembers there was something she was doing, but her father's here, and she's caught again between two things. And she calls out to him, "Good evening."
he kind of looks between his friends, and one of them laughs and gives him an elbow and jerks his head over towards you as if to say, go get him, go get her. And he shakes his head, but takes his mug of ale up. He kind of comes around to the edge of his friend group, and he's like, good evening. Can I do anything for you?
Could you tell me your name?
Well, I'm Rufus. What's your name?
Right? Runrock. Clan Runrock. Right? Descended from Atlas Runrock and a whole host of other Runrocks.
Well, yes, that's true.
Okay. This is gonna sound real funny, but I need you to stay here and watch my sword. I'm gonna go upstairs for about 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna come back down, and then we need to have a really long conversation. I have a really good story for you. I promise it'll be worth it.
Well, all you'll be here, he goes over and kind of gives you a strange look. He picks up the sword, kind of holds it up as if to say, is this the sword?
I know, it looks like a piece of shit, but I promise you, it's a real good sword, and I'm going to tell you all about it as soon as I come back down, and you're the only person in this bar that I would trust to watch it.
All right, well, hurry up with you. He goes back to his friends. He looks healthier than last time you saw him. Confused for sure about the interaction with you, but he looks much younger than you remember him, as though maybe he's had an easier life in this world. He kind of leans the sword up against the chair. His friends begin to question him, but he goes immediately to his drink, and he kind of looks a little troubled as he does so.
And Agatha is doing that thing where she's scared to stop looking at him in case he disappears. But she's kind of slowly creeping up the stairs, and as soon as she loses line of sight, she bursts into a run, and she realizes she has no idea which of these doors Arverin and Fist and Tantalus are behind, and she just begins banging on every single door and yelling for Arverin.
You get to the second door, and Fist and Tantalus pops out of the third door and slowly closes it behind him. He glances down over the banister to the tavern below, and then he looks to you, and there's a flicker of recognition in his eyes after the confusion. He says, everything's all right. You don't have to worry.
Where is she?
She's sleeping. She's very tired.
I've heard that line before, and she goes straight for that third door.
He steps out of your way and allows you to open the door. You see her there on the bed. She's not breathing because she doesn't breathe, but she is laying.
I don't think that occurs to Agatha. She literally thinks Averin is dead as she rushes into this room, and she's like, no pulse, not breathing. What did you do to her? What did you do? She's your daughter, you monster. And she reaches, and without thinking, because she's an Eldritch Knight, she summons that sword straight to her hand, and it disappears from the bar with her father. And she just levels it at.
You hear from below like a loud gasp, and then several loud gasps, and then like bar stools like shifting as you summon the blade to your hand.
And I think in a weird moment of panic, it literally looks like she's about to just start swinging at Tantalus because she realized she fucked up. She left Arverin up here for way too long. And it is not occurring to her that Arverin is a vampire at all. It's just not in her brain.
He holds up his hand, and he doesn't back away from you, but he just holds up his hand. He says, she's fine. She's resting. I let her feed a little.
Vampire. Doesn't breathe. Doesn't like sunlight. Undead. No pulse. You didn't kill her. Okay. Shit. I have to go back downstairs. She better still be here when I come back up the next time to check.
She will be, I promise you. And he kind of looks over the banister. You hear the front door of the tavern open and then slam shut.
I changed my mind, you're coming with me. And she's gonna grab onto his sleeve on our way past and drag him as far as he is physically gonna let her drag him down the stairs.
I mean, he moves faster than you, so he just follows you. He does so very gracefully.
All right.
Will you tell me what's going on?
Yes, you're going to be very polite and you're going to be very quiet while I do this. Downstairs is my father. Where I'm from, he's dead. Here, he's alive. And I just found this out just a second, and it's a lot of information to process, and I'm glad that Avron's alive-ish.
But he does not remember you.
I don't know, because I had to come upstairs.
Of course he doesn't. You're not from this world.
It doesn't mean that he might not know. Doesn't mean that maybe I have a version of me walking around, right?
He actually smiles a little bit. It's the hardest thing in the world for a father to lose his daughter.
You mean I'm dead here?
If you were alive here, then I would not have brought you here.
What do you mean you brought me here?
I brought them all here, except for Honoria.
And I think Agatha loses the strength in her legs for a moment as she's just hit by all of these compounding adrenaline rushes and feelings, from the elation to the sudden shock to the terrifying moment with Averin that she's just gotten over. And now she's just staring up at this face of this person who's the one that brought her here. And that's another question that she'd had and didn't know the answer to until now. And she 100% believes him. You should have just brought the sword. Why did you bring me as well?
Because the sword is nothing without its prophecy. And you are part of that prophecy. He kneels down next to you so that he's eye level, and there's something tiny like sympathy in his eyes.
The prophecy was never to do with me, you know? It wasn't my prophecy. It was his. He's the one. And she kind of looks over her shoulder, although she can't see into the bar, just kind of down the stairs direction.
All of the other dwarves have gone. That was the opening and the closing of the door. There's one there staring up, his hand shaking where he sits at the bar, and he places one hand over the other hand to keep it from shaking. He looks confused. But your father has stayed.
Because you see, the thing about the prophecy is it's meant for a hero, you know?
I know.
So what do I do?
Well, the first thing you do is decide whether or not you're going to speak to him. After that, decide if you will come with me to the catacombs, and then decide if we will work together after that. I know you do not trust me, I cannot blame you. But I brought you here because you had to come here.
I need you to lend me some money, because I'm going to need a real big drink.
Of course. He pulls out a small coin pouch and hands it over to you.
Does it break it if I talk to him?
No, though there is another choice. Do you want him to remember you?
What do you mean?
He procures from another pouch a small crystal, very similar to the crystal that he gave to Avrin. This holds a piece of your time in it. I do not know how long it would last, but it is temperamental magic.
No, I don't think that kind of magic belongs to dwarves. It's nice of you to offer, but it's probably best he doesn't, you know. Be nice just to have a drink with him, even if he doesn't know who I am. Maybe this one has different stories to tell. And she's looking at that crystal, and there's definitely temptation on her face. But there's also the stoutness of a dwarf of, that's magic, better not.
He holds it out for a little while, and then he says, "My father was a lumberjack. He was a simple man, sometimes kind and sometimes cruel. I have not always been the best father, but I've always believed that there is another chance. Will you have another chance with your father, your actual father?"
You're asking me if that's a mistake I'd change, aren't you?
He doesn't answer. He just looks at you.
It's a mistake I'd change. One of them. If I had that kind of power, maybe. But I don't have that kind of power, and it's not meant for my kind. I'll just have the drink if that's alright with you.
Of course. Perhaps, well, enjoy yourself. I will see you tonight.
No, you'll come with me. You have no business being in our room while she's sleeping. I don't care if you're her father. She doesn't like you.
That's fair. So Fistandantilus folds up the crystal in his hand and he places it back into his pouch and he nods to you, Agatha, acquiescing, allowing you to lead the way.
And she's made a note of where that crystal disappears, and finds the strength in her legs and does lead the way down to the room where she'll greet her father and she'll introduce herself as Agatha Deepwood, a name that if she doesn't exist here, he would never know.
He stands up, he kind of scoots off of his stool and he takes his hat off and presses it to his chest and bends over a little bit. He looks a little embarrassed and unsure what to say, but will spurt out, "Oh, I don't know what happened, but it just vanished."
Oh, I should have warned you about that. And she sheepishly kind of shows him the sword. I accidentally called it to me. It's a thing.
Oh,
But
all
thank
right.
you for... I didn't mean to take it from you like that. It's actually got a really interesting story, the sword. If you'll accept a drink, and I can tell you about it.
Well, I ain't one to turn down a drink. And he gestures for the bar next to him. He still looks a little apprehensive, but he sits down. His friends are gone.
This is me acquaintance. She kind of gestures at Fistandantilus.
Good evening, he says. Fistandantilus just kind of stands off in the corner and says nothing.
He loaned me the money for the drinks. I got to be nice. And she'll begin to tell the story of the sword, and she'll do it in such a way that she never lies, and that it's 100% the truth, but that she misses out a couple of names and a couple of places. And so you see, I've got to find the stone, put it all back together again.
That's quite a story you got there. Ain't never heard one like that before.
I had a good teacher when it comes to telling stories.
You know, you can't... You should be careful who you tell that story to. And people are always listening here. Lord of this land, he doesn't like meddlers.
You know, that's funny you should say that, because he has a habit of meddling. So I suppose it takes one to know one, you know?
Well, I don't know anything about that. And he kind of looks around nervously towards like the shadow of the dark corner of the inn and then back at you once he realizes that Soth is not there looking at him.
I heard a story while I was on the road that his lordship is rather busy fighting with an army of things far away from here. Sounds like a very busy man. Wouldn't pay much mind to a dwarf with lots of words.
Well, I don't know many stories myself. There's, of course, the ones about the fish that are really... They say that if you go down south, there's a great big lake there. And in that lake, fish the size of a house. And up north, even, if you just head up north around the river, other fish the size of a house. Men been trying to catch the fish for years. And some of them don't come back. I never seen one myself. I remember I took my my daughter fishing for her birthday. And never saw one of the big ones, though.
Well, it's not always about the size, is it? I'm sure she had a great time fishing.
Why?
What's her name?
Oh, Agatha?
It's a good dwarf name. I like it. I've been wearing it a long time.
She died a long time ago.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, it's all right. A lot of people have hardships. I had a better life than most. Ah,
At least
you
the
should have
war-
seen her.
Right. At least the war's over.
What war?
Oh, right. Never mind. You're right. A lot of people have a lot of hardships.
Well, I hope you have good luck with your magic stone or whatever it is, and try not to get yourself in trouble. Sounds like trouble to me.
Oh, yes. But you know, dwarves are real good with trouble.
I never was, but
Made us, you know.
Hmm.
They made the elves. The elves went off into the woods and they made them to deal with the dragons, who are a lot of bother, as everyone knows. And then they made the humans thinking, you know, that's an improvement on elves because they won't live so long, so they'll actually give a shit about things. But then humans don't quite live long enough, so then they made us. We're the perfect ones.
you have the funniest stories. I've never heard these tales before, but I like them. They're nice.
They're dwarf stories.
Yeah.
Which, of course, is why we're the best in them, but you know. Something can be dwarven and true. In fact, most things that are dwarven are true. That's kind of the deal.
He drains the rest of his mug, sets it back down on the bar top, and kind of stares at it for a moment. Why did you ask me for my help?
I had heard good things about you in the market.
From who?
They said the fish guy with the giant flounder. I forget what his name is.
Huh. Well, all right.
Again, terrible liar. Doesn't lie.
He doesn't seem to get it. He takes you for your word for some reason.
You know, it was a very big flounder. Never trust a flat fish. Their eyes are in the wrong place.
Right? My wife has been telling me that for years, and I agree.
Although the good thing about them, they're always looking up.
You look so familiar. I wish I could place it.
Maybe, you know, someone I was related to. You know what dwarves are like.
That I do.
And it's my beard, you know. A little
It's a
old-fashioned.
fine beard.
It's nice of you to say. I was thinking of growing my tash back out, but it's a lot of upkeep. You can't get the good oil around here.
He kind of leans in close, smiling, but there's a more serious look to his eyes. You should be careful around that fellow over there. Something's not right about him.
And she leans in. Trust me, a lot of things aren't right about him. That's why I'm keeping an eye on him.
All right, well, you look like you can handle yourself. It's just, I think. Well, I don't know. I just hope nothing. Just be careful.
I know.
You want to hear something funny?
Sure. It's been a long time since I've heard anything funny around here.
Well, it's not funny, haha.
Funny, kind of strange.
My Agatha, today would have been her birthday, you know.
Oh,
They brought me here because they always take me out for drinks so I don't get sad.
well, it was very nice of you to have a drink with me on such an important day. Might I get you another? And, you know, thinking about my father, I tell you what he always told me. Never let a fella's cup get too empty when he's telling you a good story. And never say anything that you don't want written on your grave. The last bit's a bit morbid, but it's good words to live by.
Aye. There's a flash of recognition just for a moment when you say that. But he doesn't say anything else. He just kind of looks over at the drunken, passed out Kender. Pretty sure we don't have to pay for it.
Just because we don't have to doesn't mean we shouldn't. And she puts the money on the bar. I'll do the pouring though. And she'll like walk around the bar and she'll pour like perfect measures, not taking too much. Right. Where did all your friends go?
Why, you scared them with that disappearing sword trick. They left.
Shit. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's all right. I'm glad to get to know you. Hopefully after you do your magic stone business, well, you'll find me most days down in the marketplace.
Well, I'll have to come and check out your catch.
He raises his mug to offer to clink with yours. Please do. Could use the company.
Maybe you could teach me to fish.
Aye, I'd like that.
Never had much time for it, to be honest. Except for in the rivers occasionally.
Well, there's always more time, Agatha. And he clinks his mug with yours.
Aye. Always more time. And she's gonna just drink that whole drink down.
As you continue to drink with your father, not your father, tell stories, share stories with Fist and Dantalus, watching but not watching quietly in the corner. Is there anything else you want to say before we end our tale for tonight?
I'd like to make a deal with you, since you've been such good company all night and all. In 5 days, I'll meet you back here and we'll go fishing. And then I'll buy you the drinks. Yeah. I got a thing to do in 3 days, and I think it might take me a little while to walk back.
Well, I ain't going anywhere, so you've got yourself a deal.
Then I'll see you here, Rufus. Rufus Rook.
And I'll see you here, Agatha Woodshield.
Deepwood. Close.
Beepwood.
I'll tell you how I got my name at some point. Right, it's getting dark. They'll be ringing the bell for night soon.
Well, have a nice night. And he's already stood up and he's kind of shifting towards the door. He looks very suspiciously towards Mr. Fist and Dantalus in the corner, and then tips his hat towards you. I'll see you in 5 days.
Aye. See you in 5 days.
And he smiles and backs up out of the Drunken Kender Inn and Tavern. and you are left there alone with Fist and Dantalus. And that is where we'll end our story for tonight.
Yay!
All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. This was a really fun episode. I want to go around in a circle and just let everybody decompress, tell us what you're up to coming up next. We're going on 4 hours, so I want to kind of keep it a little short because we still have to roll some corruption at the end of this. But let's go ahead and go to Kiana. Kiana, how are you doing?
You threw me off my game. Jesus Christ. Wasn't expecting myself and Auburn to cry tonight, but we did. Oh, boy. Oh, so good. Every single scene tonight was so good. I'm going to internally scream for the rest of tonight. It's cool. But man. Who knows what happened during now? She's just sleeping. It's fine. Sleeping casually. But yeah, until next time when we figure out if Avin's okay or not, I don't know if she is. You guys find me over on Twitter at KillerS. Best way to figure out what I'm doing. Come over the internet, doing a role playing game. Whether that's streaming or writing or shouting into the void. And also come join us on Discord. We'll probably continue screaming.
Awesome. Yeah, please do join the Discord. If you're not already there, we have great chats there. The link's up in chat right now. And it's almost like you don't have any trust that he just kept his promise, that he was just exactly what he said.
Listen.
Right. We'll air this out next time. Let's go over to Tia. Tia, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I knew as soon as you announced the preliminary for this episode that you were going to be a fucker. Thank you for standing up to that. Great episode. Keep it short. I'll be streaming after this, and just take it away, Dawn.
Yeah. Follow, check out Tia on Twitter.
Oh, one more thing. I just released my first thing ever on DM's Guild, which I'm very proud of. It is a dark elf law thing, so please check it out. It's my pinned tweet. And now back to you, Dawn.
Yeah, do check it out. It's a bunch of like items and artifacts and whatnot that have to do with Loth, the queen of spiders. So it's going to be awesome. That's like the thing I'm doing first thing in the morning. So loved Honoria tonight. I've been waiting. I've been very excited to do the time wraith fight just because it's weird and kind of creepy. So I'm glad we got to do that tonight. But let's go ahead and head on over to Billy. Billy, how are you doing, man?
This was awesome. I had a blast. This was like emotionally exhausting training. You can find me on Twitter at Bill of the Forest. Got Realms Remembered coming up on this channel Mondays at 6. Don, you're an amazing DM. This crew is fucking spectacular. I love finding out more and more about Agatha as time goes on. And that's it.
Awesome. I'll have you do this. I'll tell you this here in a second, but I'll wait for now. In the meantime, let's go over to Lindy. How are you doing, Lindy?
I'm tired, Don, but that was super fun. We saw so many dads today. Wow. That was certainly something. I can't wait for next week's episode, and I'm glad no PCs died during the time wraith fight. So that was good. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, where very, very soon everything will be off hiatus because I'm almost done with this month. So
I'm looking forward to you being moving and well rested and just like, because you know how it is. Like when you move, it's hard to relax. So I'm looking forward to that for you. Cool. Awesome. Let's go ahead and go on over to Charlie. Charlie, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Don. This was a great episode. I think we saw a little bit of something deep from pretty much every character on the cast, which is always cool. And I love that Nova's just there, this tiny sprite of joy and fireballs clinging to a tree at all times. Couldn't think of anyone better to leave our dysfunctional half family with. This for me as well. I'm now terrified about tomorrow, which is going to be the return of After the Fire for season 2 over on RPG Webby's channel, 3 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. UK. Yeah, that's right. And Dawn and Susanna Grace, my best friends, have been keeping a secret from me, and it's been killing me slowly. And we will find out tomorrow if I am still friends with them. So we're looking forward to that. And yeah, I'm very excited to continue the Adventures of Greenmont, and I'm very excited to see what happens with us here next week. Oh, and Sunday is the finale of Sky Chasers. I nearly forgot my own show. Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern as well, 8 p.m. UK. Finale of Sky Chasers are Call of Cthulhu, Americana, X-Files thing. We've done 2 flashback episodes. It's been a lot of fun. But it is the finale, and we've got a guest in, and I'm very excited. And that's coming up on Sunday.
I'm really, really excited about Sky Chasers, not just because my wife is in that game, but also I just love all the characters so much, and I really like the aesthetic of just like the X-Files meets, you know, retro 50s era. It's called a Cthulhu, which is a system I like, but it's not about Cthulhu. It's about aliens, and I love aliens. I'm really excited. I have no idea what's going on. Like, this is the final episode. I still don't know what you're going to do, so I'm really excited to find out. Also, that's okay. You don't have to say that. You don't have to let them know. You can lie.
Oh, I totally.
I'm excited about After the Fire tomorrow. If you guys haven't checked that out, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, our Game of Thrones game comes back. I probably am going to lose a friend, but that's fine. In the meantime, I will say before I pass off to Greg, if everyone would roll me charisma saving throw, the DC for this one is 10.
So do I, with everything that happened to me tonight, do I?
No. Do you what?
So I got -7 to my charisma overall. I'm assuming it.
I don't even know.
No, that's Constitution. Never mind.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So I'll tell you this. Yeah. You will regain your Constitution back to your normal after a long rest.
And my age, right?
No. You'll have to find.
Yeah, probably got a cold cream around here somewhere.
You have to find some really good cold cream or some other rules if you want to reverse your age.
I am going to murder Fist and Bandless with my bare hands. I won't need any magic.
You can try like a mud mask and an ice pack.
We can't use inspiration on these.
Thanks, Billy. Let's just go down to Rook owns like spa treatment. It's fine.
That is his best future. Please, everybody, go to our Discord and tell us your personal home remedies for reversing 20 years of instant aging.
Alcohol.
Alcohol. That's it. That's mine.
Alcohol and Bruce Springsteen music.
Okay, let's see here. Did we get one? Oh, man. Nova, how's it possible?
I don't know.
You failed every single charisma, every single corruption
I've never
roll.
succeeded on a corruption roll in this entire game.
All right. And Greg rolled a natural 1.
Well,
it's about damn time.
Let's pump the brakes for a second because I'm going to.
Are you using Indomitable? Go for it.
And
Do you just hold on to it for this?
son of a bitch.
It's not that one now, though, at least.
All right.
It doesn't matter. Maybe you should save that for the party, you fucking asshole.
Honoria, you succeeded in your charisma saving throw. Not that it matters, because you were super corrupt. Kiana,
It does, because my corruption goes to Lorana, so.
Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. Kiana, you passed yours, so you don't have to worry. Everyone else failed their corruption saving throws, and you will each gain this much corruption.
I also have Indomitable Bubble.
Oh, do you want to
So
re-roll
What
them,
movie is that?
or do you want to save it?
I want to save it. I didn't care. I'll take the corruption.
I like how the person that ate her dad is the one that saved.
I mean,
Because it was a good thing.
Yeah. So everyone's going to gain 3 corruption. Nova, this is the bargain that you have right now.
Yep.
You won our poll
Yep.
to receive 1d4 redemption. If you get, and you have 6 redemption right now.
I do.
If you have hit 10 redemption, then I'll cancel out your corruption. Otherwise, you're moving to chaotic evil next episode.
I know.
You have a 25% chance. Please roll me 1d4.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Oh no!
So you will have at least one episode where you will be chaotic evil. You will. This won't go away. You have to reach. Once you reach 10 redemption, I'll give you the opportunity to shift your alignment back in the other direction.
Those Kenders aren't fun enough on their own.
So
Let's have the first ever evil Kender.
Chaotic evil Kender.
You now also gain a level. So
Woohoo.
for that. Charlie and Greg, do either one of you hit 10 corruption, or what's your corruption sitting at? Charlie does. You have 10. You gain a level, and your alignment shifts. What you are neutral good currently, right?
I am neutral good currently.
All right. You don't have to tell me how you want to shift. You get the choice. You can shift one towards chaotic or one towards neutral. How's the reordin?
Oh no.
6. I'm at 6.
How's that possible? All right. All right, great.
Dawn.
So that's all I have. Come check out everybody's awesome shows. Thank you guys for being so great in chat. Really looking forward to the future upcoming episodes. We have a lot of guests coming in. So we're going to start splitting the cast up and following little bits of the story at a time so we can bring in guests and focus a little bit more on some individual stories. Tonight might be one of the last times for at least a little while that you see us all together like you did tonight, but I had a blast. It's always great getting to play with all of you.
Oh, we put our arms down at the same time. Sorry.
And I just can't wait to see what happens in the rest of our campaign, which is coming, very quickly to whatever conclusion it will. But that's it for me tonight. You can follow me on Twitter if you would like. Otherwise,
And also check out Don's Patreon, which he's being terrible about announcing for himself. It's full of fun, cool stuff.
thank you. It's my pinned tweet. So check out my pinned tweet if you'd like. That's it for me. Craig, it's you.
Yeah, it's timed out, but scroll back up through the chat and you'll see both Don's Twitter and Patreon link. Go to both and have fun. Tonight was fantastic for me. The Agatha and her dad was heartbreaking. I swore at the beginning of this campaign that I would only cry for 2 things: if a PC died or if Riordan was corrupted. That got me close. I almost broke my own rule there. That was very, very, very amazing on everyone's part there. The presentation of it and the acting of it through Dawn and the interpretation and the heartbreak that Charlie portrayed was absolutely amazing. Fantastic stuff. Legion, you're always fantastic. Thank you so much for your wall of words that you send up onto the right. And if you're watching on YouTube, please look down and you can see a link to our live feed on Twitch. If you ever have a chance to drop in, even if it's only for 5 or 10 minutes, join with the Legion and see what the wall of words looks like. And join in. Just say hi. You came here from YouTube. We'd love to see you because you're a member of the Legion. You're just on YouTube. Come over and let us high five. Anywho, Honoria, Hastings, both Rook and myself, is the coolest thing
so much
ever.
More of that.
I love it. Love everything about it. Grimjack21502 on the Twitter, part of the Tales from the Grim team here on the Twitch. A lot of fun stuff coming up on the channel. On Friday, we have a Friday Fright Nights double feature. Starting at 3, we will be having a little bit of what they call the Trophy RPG, where we do some horror and some craziness, and I get to just murder indiscriminately everybody, and they signed up for it knowing that's going to happen. And then later on in the night, the second half of our double feature, 9 p.m. Eastern, is the second part of our Aliens RPG trilogy, or RPG sessions. It is fantastic. It is a great system by Free League. Join us and see what it's like, how it plays, and you even have a chance to pre-order, I believe, for the next 2 days. It's fantastic. Really good stuff. Pre-ordering gives you a PDF. And then we have Sky Chasers finale, 3 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Fantastic. Back Around the Horn. Monday night, we have Star Trek at 9 p.m. Coming up, Realms Remembered, our new D&D long-form campaign. We also have, we're going out to the Old West here pretty soon. And we're gonna have more about that coming up very soon. There's a lot of Docs in the Old West. There's like Doc Holliday, and there's old Doc Watkins with his like snake serum. So if you know a good Doc, you're gonna have a good Western. But with that being said, and as the campfire goes down, there's really only one thing left to say. You can't always roll nat 20s, especially apparently on charisma saving throws. But with these fine folks, you can always role play. We'll see you next time, Legion.
Lorana will never ride you.
Again?
Yeah.